Bueno, ¿cómo andan todos y todas? Les damos la bienvenida a esta charla. Mi nombre es Florencia Guastavino y soy parte del programa de Educación y Derechos Humanos de Wikimedia Argentina y me acompaña Luli. Ahí te paso la palabra, Lu.
Gracias, Flor. Bueno, mi nombre es Luisina Ferrante, Luli, más conocido. Soy la encargada del programa de Educación y Derechos Humanos de Wikimedia Argentina y nuestra propuesta para hoy es presentarles en esta charla que va a ir grabada para Wikimania una experiencia de trabajo que venimos desarrollando con Flor desde el programa de Educación y Derechos Humanos y que creemos que es muy importante compartirla en el marco de este encuentro internacional. Voy a compartir pantalla para ya iniciar con el proceso. Modo presentación. Como bien les comentamos, la propuesta parte de un proyecto específico que tenemos desde Wikimedia Argentina, que se llama Enseñar con Wikipedia. Quizás suena porque es un proyecto que venimos presentando en diferentes instancias internacionales y nacionales y regionales sobre el desarrollo de propuestas pedagógicas para llevar al aula en diferentes ámbitos educativos de nuestro país, en donde los y las docentes puedan implementar los proyectos Wikimedia en sus currículas oficiales. Este caso en particular deviene de los cuadernillos Enseñar con Wikipedia, pero es una experiencia que se implementa puntualmente a través de un curso virtual en la provincia de Río Negro, Argentina. La provincia de Río Negro se encuentra en el sur de nuestro país, sería lo que se conoce como la Patagonia Argentina. Para dar un poco de contexto al desarrollo de esta experiencia, nos parece súper importante poder plantear de dónde parte y a dónde llegamos con la experiencia y en lo que estamos actualmente. Como bien dijimos, ya el título da cuenta que surge de un proyecto previo que son la serie de cuadernillos Enseñar con Wikipedia. Este proyecto nace en el marco del primer año de la pandemia de COVID-19 en el mundo, durante el 2020, principalmente hacia la segunda parte del año del 2020, donde encontramos que necesitábamos estar en las aulas de los y las docentes de otra manera, ya que la virtualidad obligatoria y el contexto de conectividad en nuestro país es un contexto continúa siendo un contexto muy complejo para poder llevar a cabo actividades en vivo de edición de Wikipedia. Entonces se desarrollan estos cuadernillos donde proponemos principalmente a los y las docentes estrategias para llevar a cabo propuestas en el aula, entendiendo que las aulas son muy diversas y que nuestro objetivo siempre es poder incluir a todas las experiencias existentes en nuestro país para poder sostener las propuestas pedagógicas utilizando los proyectos Wikimedia. En el año 2021 empezamos con un proceso de trabajo virtual con los cuadernillos y envío a todo el país a los docentes y las docentes que lo solicitaron a partir de una serie de estrategias de comunicación que nos dimos para presentar estos cuadernillos. Y en el año 2022 empezamos a pensar la propuesta ya pudiendo retornar como organización a las aulas y acompañando a los y las docentes en la presencialidad, darle la vuelta a los proyectos que teníamos desde la serie de cuadernillos para poder acompañar a los y las docentes. En este punto tenemos, por un lado, una experiencia que desarrollamos en la provincia de La Rioja, en tanto formación docente en la presencialidad. La Rioja queda en el norte de Argentina. Y luego tuvimos experiencias que también acompañamos y que los cuadernillos quizás tuvieron un rol más secundario, pero que estuvieron presentes con el desarrollo del programa, lo que dentro del programa es lo más conocido como el curso virtual Wikipuentes, el MOOC Wikipuentes. En este caso, cuando quisimos poder seguir ampliando la llegada a docentes en el país, y no solamente con lo que era Wikipuentes, que ustedes saben, y quienes no saben lo sabrán ahora, que Wikipuentes es un curso virtual que desarrollamos desde el año 2014 en Wikimedia Argentina, es nuestro curso insignia, si se quiere, de alguna manera, donde principalmente les proponemos a los docentes editar contenido en Wikipedia para conocer cómo funciona la herramienta y luego poder llevarlo a sus experiencias áulicas. Sentíamos que con Wikipuentes nos seguía faltando estrategias para estar en el aula y en la diversidad de las aulas que la pandemia nos había dejado como proceso. Entonces, a partir de resignificar la serie de cuadernillos, llevamos la experiencia a La Rioja y principalmente llevamos la experiencia a Río Negro en la Patagonia Argentina, donde tuvimos la posibilidad de resignificarla también, teniendo en cuenta que la primera propuesta que le llevamos a Río Negro, al Ministerio de Educación y Derechos Humanos de la provincia de Río Negro, fue una propuesta presencial igual a la que habíamos pensado la de La Rioja. Los contextos fueron muy distintos, las necesidades del cuerpo docente eran distintas, entonces lo que decidimos fue quizás resignificarlo y recibimos esta contrapropuesta por parte del ministerio, que era, en vez de que sea presencial, virarlo hacia un curso virtual para docentes de toda la provincia de Río Negro, teniendo en cuenta que era un curso virtual que lo iba a llevar adelante principalmente el ministerio como una propuesta de formación, esto quiere decir con puntaje docente oficial, lo cual es muy importante para los y las docentes en este país, y que Wikimedia Argentina el principal aliado para poder llevar a cabo esa formación. Entonces, de esta manera, durante el proceso del 2021 y el 2022, logramos resignificar la experiencia de los cuadernillos, tanto en una experiencia presencial, que va a quedar para otro momento en el que podamos compartir esos resultados, y en una experiencia virtual, que es la que vamos a presentar ahora, específicamente en la provincia de Río Negro. Así que, como para poder tener en cuenta qué rol cumplimos nosotras en este proceso desde el Programa de Educación y Derechos Humanos, en primer lugar, lo que nos propusimos fue rediseñar una propuesta de curso virtual partiendo de la necesidad de poder ampliar la llegada de nuestros cuadernillos a más docentes en el país, entendiendo que enseñar con Wikipedia también se convertía en una herramienta para trabajar en las aulas con la enciclopedia libre y principalmente en el ámbito de la educación secundaria en la provincia de Río Negro. Entonces, lo que hicimos fue, por un lado, el diseño de contenidos y la implementación del curso virtual. Esto quiere decir la tutoría en el marco del curso virtual por parte de Wikimedia Argentina. Fuimos docentes, Flor y yo, durante los cursos virtuales. Es importante aclarar que el soporte en el cual se llevó a cabo este curso virtual, a diferencia de Wikipuentes, que sucede en nuestro campus virtual de Wikimedia Argentina, el soporte de la plataforma fue el campus virtual de la provincia de Río Negro. ¿Y esto qué quiere decir? Que es un campus virtual en el cual los y las docentes ya estaban acostumbrados a llevar a cabo sus procesos de formación y está coordinado por el Ministerio de Educación de la provincia de Río Negro. Entonces, tanto la convocatoria, la inscripción y el diseño gráfico de todo ese proceso de armado del curso virtual estuvo en manos esta vez en el ministerio, en el equipo del ministerio que lleva a cabo estas formaciones, con obviamente nuestro seguimiento y acompañamiento en lo que tiene que ver con la parte pedagógica y metodológica del curso. Y por último, a diferencia de otros cursos virtuales, Wikipuentes, por ejemplo, se ofrece a todo el país y cursan docentes de todo el país. En el caso de este curso virtual, solamente era un curso virtual destinado a docentes de la provincia de Río Negro, a docentes de nivel secundario de la provincia de Río Negro, porque en el caso de Argentina, y esto es importante aclararlo, estamos hablando de un curso virtual que otorgaba puntaje docente desde el ministerio de la provincia a los docentes que son de esa provincia. Entonces, el curso se destinó específicamente a este territorio de nuestro país. Te paso la palabra, Flor.
Gracias, Luli. Bueno, y como comentaba recién Luli también, tuvimos que rearmar, digamos, tomando obviamente la base de nuestra experiencia de tantos años en Wikipuentes, un curso que partiera por ahí desde otra perspectiva y que también por ahí tuviera otro dinamismo diferente al que en general en Wikipuentes estamos acostumbradas a darle. Entonces, a nivel de los contenidos, dividimos el curso en 4 ejes temáticos. Cada eje abordaba un cuadernillo diferente. Como les contaba Luli, la serie de cuadernillos Enseñar con Wikipedia es la base de esta propuesta. Entonces, cada eje, cada semana, la idea era transitar y revisar un cuadernillo de los que estaban propuestos. Parte también de esta alianza fue que el propio ministerio liberó los cuadernillos que estaban previamente liberados en Wikimedia Commons, los subieron a la página web y estaban disponibles también para los docentes de la provincia en esa página web, que a la vez no contaba con consumo de datos a la hora de consultarlo. Eso es algo interesante también que tiene que ver con el uso del campus propio dentro del ministerio. Y además en cada clase armamos un video de presentación, porque bueno, obviamente las clases, ahora les contamos un poco más, pero eran asincrónicas, entonces había un video de presentación en donde nosotras comentábamos cuál era el recorrido que le proponíamos hacer a cada uno de los docentes, clase a clase, como para que tengan una breve introducción, además obviamente de leer los materiales. Seguir, Uli, en la próxima si querés. Bueno, en cuanto a la metodología, como les comentábamos, fueron 4 semanas. Cada semana implicaba una clase asincrónica que cada docente podía hacer a su tiempo, en sus momentos, en donde había una actividad de recorrido por Wikipedia, ¿sí? Similar a algunas de las que encontrábamos en el cuadernillo, pero que tenían sobre todo que ver con que sean los docentes los que exploren los artículos de Wikipedia en profundidad. En este caso, si bien en el curso finalmente editábamos contenido, el objetivo principal de este curso no era necesariamente nutrirse de herramientas profundas de edición, sino sobre todo hacer un recorrido profundo por Wikipedia, que es la propuesta de los cuadernillos originales, como para pensar de qué forma Wikipedia nos puede servir para enseñar contenidos en el aula sin necesidad de tener que editar sí o sí, digamos. Si se suma la edición, mejor, pero también pensar Wikipedia como una herramienta de lectura, de análisis crítico de Internet en general. Y además al curso le sumamos 2 clases sincrónicas. Una primera, en donde nos encontrábamos a presentarnos, a contarles un poco la propuesta de los cuadernillos y también a desarmar algunas ideas previas sobre Wikipedia. Y un segundo encuentro sincrónico en donde trabajábamos con breves herramientas de edición para que puedan hacer el trabajo final. En este caso también, al ser un curso, como decía Luli, mediado por el Ministerio de Educación con puntaje docente, había que sí o sí incluir una evaluación final para poder dar por aprobado o desaprobado el trayecto antes de que el ministerio pueda certificar a sus docentes. Entonces, el trabajo final implicaba esa actividad de edición y obviamente hacemos siempre el acompañamiento de, bueno, trabajar desde el ABC de las herramientas de edición. Estos encuentros sincrónicos quedaban grabados porque si bien era obligatoria o en lo más posible recomendada la presencia, al ser un curso principalmente asincrónico, no todo el mundo podía participar de esos encuentros, entonces los grabábamos y los dejábamos disponibles en el campus para que pudieran luego consultarlos si necesitaban. Y finalmente, si querés, Luli, pasa a la siguiente. Al respecto de cuál era el rol de los proyectos Wikimedia en el curso, como les decía recién, la idea es que el recorrido por el curso fuera sobre todo un recorrido de lectura crítica de Wikipedia y también de Wikimedia Commons, que ahora, bueno, lo vamos a retomar en algunas de las conclusiones que queremos compartir con ustedes, pero empezamos a descubrir que esta herramienta puede ser una herramienta bien interesante a la hora de trabajar con docentes de escuelas secundarias para pensar diferentes actividades en las clases. Entonces, siempre cada uno de los recorridos por los diferentes momentos implicaba hacernos algunas preguntas. Por ejemplo, ¿Wikipedia es neutral? Digamos, y hacer un recorrido al respecto de cuál es la posición o el punto de vista neutral en Wikipedia. También, por ejemplo, trabajar en las estadísticas de los artículos y pensar en qué me puede servir analizar una estadística de un artículo para luego llevarlo al aula, digamos, qué preguntas puedo hacerme con mis estudiantes en el aula analizando una estadística de un artículo. Y bueno, como les decía también Wikimedia Commons, que fue parte de la última unidad del eje 4, en donde nos metimos en profundidad a entender cómo funciona Commons, qué quiere decir liberar una imagen, qué pasa con las licencias abiertas, qué imágenes podemos producir para liberar, cuáles no. Bueno, un montón de esas preguntas fueron surgiendo en esas actividades. Bueno, y como resultado, si querés, Luli, la anterior, en números, para compartirles un poco esto, la experiencia se realizó 2 veces, una a final de 2022 y otra a principios de 2023, hicimos 2 cursos. En los cursos editamos más de 150 artículos de Wikipedia en español y fueron liberadas más de 280 imágenes en Wikimedia Commons, todas producidas por los y las docentes. Participaron alrededor de 280 participantes, en total con las 2 propuestas, y se crearon más de 220 usuarios nuevos de docentes, que era la primera vez que se creaban una cuenta de usuario en Wikimedia, digamos, o en Wikipedia. Así que bueno, son resultados bastante interesantes para esta propuesta nueva que bueno, les queríamos compartir. Bueno, y como para hacernos quizás algunas preguntas ahí, o respuestas, o preguntas para seguir pensando sobre todo con ustedes, bueno, nos interesa pensar, o nos interesaba pensar qué implica trabajar en alianza con un ministerio de una provincia y cómo es adaptar un MOOC a una localidad en particular. Algunas de las cosas que fuimos intentando respondernos, si querés pasar a la siguiente, Luli, tiene que ver con, por un lado, esto de que llegar a una provincia a través de un ministerio nos permite sí o sí llegar a más docentes, ¿sí? Como decía Luli antes, nuestras propuestas de cursos virtuales siempre son para todo el país, pero como Argentina es un país muy amplio y muy diverso, a veces eso tan general hace que se pierdan las particularidades de cada una de las provincias. Entonces, aliarse con un ministerio provincial, tener sobre todo esto que Luli ya había dicho también, pero que es el puntaje docente, que luego le permite al docente calificar mejor a la hora de presentarse un trabajo o poder estar más arriba en los concursos para ser elegido para un cargo o elegida para un cargo, hace que sea interesante esa propuesta, digamos, en comparación, por ejemplo, con Wikipuentes, digamos, frente a un curso que no tiene puntaje, en general el docente elige un curso que sí tiene puntaje, sobre todo si son cursos gratuitos, como es en este caso, ¿no? Entonces, eso nos permite de alguna manera llegar a más docentes y que más docentes conozcan el trabajo que hacemos, que en la mayoría de los dos cursos, casi todos los docentes no conocían prácticamente nada de Wikimedia Argentina y del mundo Wikipedia, entonces de alguna forma nos permite llegar más en profundidad a lugares a los que todavía no habíamos llegado. Y en ese sentido también implica como un trabajo de acomodar el curso al contexto, porque si bien el MOOC o los MOOC en general son una plantilla estandarizada, luego es necesario poder hacerse preguntas de, bueno, este contenido es útil para los docentes de esta provincia, esta foto le habla a un docente de Río Negro o no. Entonces, a partir de ahí surge la propuesta de que la actividad final sea ilustrar Wikipedia con imágenes de sus propias localidades. Además, Río Negro es una provincia hermosa, como decía Luli, de la Patagonia. Entonces, bueno, en los dos cursos que realizamos y en otras actividades también, logramos sumar muchísimas imágenes muy, muy bellas y atractivas, y además, obviamente, que representan la cultura local, y que es bastante significativo para las personas que viven en esos lugares poder representarse de esta manera. Entonces, bueno, nos parecía muy interesante poder hacer ese juego, pero que sí también requiere un proceso de adaptación y de entender a qué provincia estamos llegando y con qué propuesta vamos, digamos. Como nos parecía muy importante transmitir esto, no cualquier propuesta sirve para cualquier lugar, al menos no en nuestro país, que como decíamos antes es un país muy grande y muy diverso. Te paso el Luli para...
Genial, Flor. Bueno, con este aprendizaje continuo que tenemos desde el programa de Educación y Derechos Humanos, que tiene que ver con que es un país muy diverso, las realidades educativas en nuestro país son muy distintas. Por eso también está bueno compartir qué aprendizajes y desafíos surgieron a partir de esta experiencia puntual que se propuso trabajar y resignificar proyectos que ya veníamos implementando en otras partes del territorio argentino. En este caso tenemos principalmente algo vinculado a los aprendizajes, que está relacionado con el contenido puntualmente. No sé, Flor, si vos querés decirlos o si no,
Dale,
avanzo
dale,
yo.
dale. Sí,
Dale.
me había confundido ahí que nos tocaba en cada caso. Bueno, eso, como decíamos recién, digamos, si bien veníamos trabajando con Wikimedia Commons como propuesta hace un tiempo, digamos, no es que era algo que estaba por fuera de nuestros cursos, descubrimos que a la hora de enseñar a editar de forma virtual y a distancia, y a la hora de proponer una propuesta para docentes que supongo que pasa en muchos países, pero en Argentina los docentes también siempre están muy sobrecargados de trabajo. Bueno, Wikimedia Commons resulta en todo sentido una plataforma más amigable para trabajar con los docentes, porque el proceso de liberar una imagen es quizás más sencillo que el proceso de editar en Wikipedia, en principio. El proceso de tomar una fotografía de tu propia localidad para subirla resulta una experiencia agradable, amena, fácil de realizar. Y además también consideramos que luego es fácil de pensar una actividad similar para hacer con los estudiantes. Wikimedia Commons si bien obviamente requiere de internet para poder usarla, podemos pensar una actividad en donde vayamos todos juntos a tomar fotografías, elegir cuáles son, y en un momento con la disponibilidad de red, subirlas, luego ilustrar, digamos, resulta una actividad sencilla para replicar y repensar y no generar esta distancia tan lejana entre, bueno, yo aprendí a hacerlo, pero para mí es imposible hacer esto luego en la escuela, ¿no? Como que creemos que es quizás un camino más sencillo de pensar de qué forma incluir estos proyectos en el aula. Y también, que nos pasa bastante en Argentina, todavía todo el debate sobre derechos de autor y licencias libres no es algo que en las escuelas se trabaje para nada, entonces de alguna manera permite también traer temas nuevos al aula, que quizás, bueno, el tema de búsqueda de fuentes o el tema de trabajo con bibliografía es algo que ya obviamente las escuelas realizan, pero estos debates son un poco novedosos, entonces también permiten llevar nuevas propuestas para trabajar con los docentes y con los chicos en el aula. Algunos otros aprendizajes que habíamos o que creemos que están buenos de compartir es, bueno, esta idea de que son los cursos virtuales, los MOOC, los cursos virtuales masivos, los que permiten realmente federalizar las propuestas educativas, en este caso llegar realmente a los docentes de todo el país, como decíamos antes, con propuestas que sean localizadas y significativas para esos docentes y no simplemente que sean algo que vale para cualquiera, digamos, sino que se adaptan a la realidad de cada lugar. Y además nos encontramos, como pasó con la contrapropuesta que nos hizo el ministerio, con que uno de los efectos más concretos de la pospandemia en nuestro trabajo tiene que ver con que la gente demanda más formaciones virtuales que presenciales, especialmente cuando son formaciones masivas, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, nos encontramos con esto que en principio para nosotras era una pregunta, no sé si podemos afirmar que va a ser así para siempre, pero por ahora viene siendo uno de los efectos que nos encontramos de mucha más disponibilidad para participar de lo virtual que de lo presencial luego de la pandemia o en la pospandemia, si podemos decir que eso existe.
Bien, y como todo aprendizaje tiene sus desafíos y también de estos desafíos son de los que nosotras como programa también podemos resignificar y repensar proyectos. Consideramos que como desafío es muy importante en las propuestas educativas que llevamos adelante en general, estar abiertos y abiertas como programa y también como profesionales a flexibilizar las capacitaciones que diseñamos, sobre todo teniendo en cuenta las propuestas que nos traen nuestros aliados o las instituciones aliadas con las que trabajamos. Esto es especialmente, me parece necesario subrayar cuando nos referimos a instituciones educativas que tienen tiempos, momentos, situaciones que hacen que la flexibilización que le podemos ofrecer desde la organización es muy importante para poder sostener el proyecto y para poder llevarlo a cabo. También teniendo en cuenta que en este caso no solo hablamos de una institución inmensa como es un Ministerio de Educación, sino también de múltiples instituciones a las que responden los docentes y las docentes que toman estos cursos que ofrecen los ministerios. Por otro lado, tener en cuenta que la virtualidad implica una complejidad mayor en lo que representa la enseñanza de las herramientas de edición. Cuando llevamos adelante propuestas de enseñanza de editar Wikipedia en vivo, es decir, mano a mano, cara a cara, como decimos acá en Argentina, con los y las docentes en un mismo espacio físico, el proceso de aprendizaje es distinto y el proceso de enseñanza es distinto porque estamos nosotras ahí presentes y podemos acompañar más las dudas en lo inmediato. En la virtualidad tiene sus cuestiones positivas, pero también tiene sus cuestiones que traen complejidades, no por eso son negativas, pero que nos desafían a pensar de qué manera poder estar lo más presentes posibles en el ámbito o en un ambiente virtual donde los y las docentes están asincrónicamente conectándose y en donde las dudas pueden surgir cuando ellos y ellas están llevando adelante la implementación de la propuesta que nosotras le hacemos de edición. Entonces, esa complejidad se convirtió en un desafío que podemos decir que lo hemos trabajado muy bien porque los resultados más allá de lo cuantitativo, lo cualitativo y la devolución de los y las docentes es muy importante cuando remarcan que pudieron seguir el proceso que se les planteó por el nivel de acompañamiento que propuso la metodología que llevamos adelante Y esto consideramos que es súper importante para cualquier tipo de propuesta pedagógica que se haga de formación, pero principalmente cuando nos proponemos enseñar a editar Wikipedia de forma asincrónica en el marco de cursos virtuales. Y por último, otro desafío que es muy importante para el programa nuestro de educación, que siempre llevó adelante proyectos pedagógicos editando Wikipedia, tiene que ver con la posibilidad de adaptarnos a otras propuestas que también nos demandaba la misma dinámica educativa de nuestro país, que tiene que ver con la posibilidad de trabajar con otros proyectos Wikimedia que no sean solamente Wikipedia. Si bien Wikipedia siempre está en nuestras experiencias y es, digamos, la experiencia a partir de la cual partimos para enseñar otros proyectos, en estos cursos virtuales en particular, Wikimedia Commons tuvo una centralidad, podríamos decir, por primera vez muy importante, porque los trabajos que se les proponían a los y las docentes partían principalmente de entender cómo funcionaba Wikimedia Commons y tener una experiencia de edición en Wikimedia Commons. Luego también ofrecer esa experiencia en Wikipedia, pero partir de Wikimedia Commons, que era completamente desconocida, como ya dijo Flor, para los y las docentes de la provincia de Río Negro. Así que consideramos que estos desafíos nos permitieron seguir implementando estos proyectos. De hecho, en el 2023 continuamos llevando adelante estos cursos virtuales con la provincia de Río Negro y también se convirtieron en propuestas que fueron, digamos, resignificadas para otros proyectos virtuales que continuamos llevando adelante con otros aliados y aliadas, y no centralizado únicamente en una propuesta como Wikipuentes, que la seguimos teniendo, pero que logramos diversificar las experiencias que le ofrecemos a la comunidad educativa con la riqueza que tienen los proyectos Wikimedia. Bueno, entendemos que el tiempo es un poco tirano, así que les agradecemos muchísimo a quienes nos estén escuchando en este momento. Mandamos un abrazo muy grande a nuestros colegas y a nuestras colegas en Singapur. Y Flor, te paso la palabra para terminar de cerrar.
Sí, esperamos que estén disfrutando mucho de la Wikimania y ojalá nos podamos encontrar físicamente pronto. Les mandamos un gran saludo. Chau, chau.
Hi, everyone. I would love to tell you about Wikipedia and education in Jordan. However, that is not my area of expertise. The speaker has not come, so we're just going to hang out for the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes until the next session starts, and then we'll continue the program. So feel free to continue to talk amongst yourselves. If the speaker arrives, we'll bring him up, but otherwise just feel free to network. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hi. This session will be held in Spanish, so I'm sorry for for the inconvenience. The slides are in English, and it's the same thing that I will say in Spanish, but you can ask me anything after, or if you don't understand something, but the slides are in English, so that's all I wanted to say before the presentations. I will switch to Spanish now, so it's okay. Hola a todos, todas, bienvenidos. Mi nombre es Carla, soy parte de Wikimedia Chile, soy voluntaria, pero también soy parte del staff. Y hoy día les voy a conversar un poco sobre lo que hemos trabajado con Wikidata en el área de educación. Ups. Ok. Bueno, yo vengo del sur global. Y en el sur global, Wikidata no está muy bien representado. Pero es algo que pasa con todas las cosas. O sea, no es que sea solamente el problema de Wikidata, sino que pasa con todos los temas que queramos tratar. Entonces, eso es algo que hemos estado revisando y hemos estado en conocimiento, ¿cierto?, sobre este proyecto. Pero también hemos estado como revisando cuáles han sido las problemáticas para que las personas, o sea, que hace que las personas no estén utilizando Wikidata hoy en día en el sur global. Una de esas razones, ¿cierto?, hemos identificado que es el hecho de que son datos. Son datos y a veces, bueno, y también como se utiliza Sparkle, que es un lenguaje de programación, muchas personas prefieren distanciarse porque creen que es algo muy difícil, que son datos, que quizás no es para ellos, o sea, personas del área de ciencias sociales, ¿cierto?, muchas veces dicen no a los datos, cuando en verdad hoy en día, y yo que soy aficionada de los datos, voy a decir que los datos son lo mejor, pero es algo difícil de decirle a las personas que no tengan miedo, ¿cierto? Porque pueden haber tenido una mala experiencia. Mucha gente de ciencias sociales le teme a las matemáticas y está bien, todos podemos temerle a todo lo que sea, pero con respecto a Wikidata, nosotros sabemos que tiene un gran potencial. Y en el sur global, generalmente Wikidata se utiliza solamente para cosas de bibliotecas, archivos, ¿cierto?, en el área de GLAM. Cuando en verdad Wikidata se puede utilizar en todas las áreas, no solamente en cosas de GLAM. Y que a todo esto, disclaimer, qué bueno que se esté utilizando en cosas GLAM, pero se puede utilizar en otras cosas. Entonces, desde Wikimedia Chile nos preguntamos, bueno, ¿cómo podemos utilizar Wikidata tanto para cosas del área GLAM, ¿cierto?, del área de bibliotecas, archivos, pero también en otras áreas? Uno puede tener esta área de comunidad, ¿cierto?, donde la gente edita, pero también vimos la oportunidad de utilizar datos en el área de educación. O sea, de que la gente, los educadores, pero tanto estudiantes, profesores, ¿cierto?, puedan utilizar Wikidata como un recurso para poder enseñar o para que los estudiantes también puedan aprender. Entonces, empezamos a revisar y bueno, Wikidata o el uso de los datos en sí tiene muchos beneficios para tanto estudiantes como profesores. La mayoría de los estudiantes se pueden beneficiar con el hecho de analizar datos de la misma plataforma, que no es difícil, ¿cierto? Wikidata permite que uno pueda visualizar distintos temas con apenas unos clics, entonces eso lo hace mucho más amigable con el hecho de hacer esto y no tener que programar en algún lenguaje de programación. También encontramos de que uno de los beneficios que tiene poder trabajar con datos en estudiantes es que los mismos estudiantes puedan sentirse partícipes, puedan colaborar con distintas organizaciones, personas, ¿cierto?, pero también puedan desarrollar el pensamiento crítico, el pensamiento de análisis, ¿cierto?, la visualización de datos, que es muy importante para los estudiantes. Y se nos ocurrió, bueno, hacer un recurso, pero tomando dos aristas. Una arista, bueno, no sé por qué no aparece, pero dos aristas. Una parte para estudiantes y otra parte para profesores, educadores. ¿Por qué queríamos hacer esto? Porque si nosotros nos centramos meramente en estudiantes, ¿qué pasaba con los mismos profesores, profesoras que querían utilizar Wikidata? O sea, estamos pensando en que Wikidata no solamente se puede utilizar para que los estudiantes aprendan sobre datos, sino que los profesores pueden utilizarlos para crear sus clases. Una de las cosas que conversando con mis colegas de Wikimedia Chile del área de educación, nos preguntábamos y conversábamos de que muchos de ellos, por ejemplo, del área de historia, tienen que crear líneas de tiempo, ¿ya? Y lo tienen que hacer desde cero. Muchas veces tienen que utilizar algunos recursos, tienen que buscar la manera de poder crear estas líneas de tiempo, cuando en Wikidata uno puede seleccionar los datos, visualizarlos en línea de tiempo y ahí está. No tienen que pasar por distintas formas de crear nuevas líneas de tiempo, o sea, pueden reutilizar cosas que están en Wikidata. Entonces, también era un público objetivo el hecho de que los profesores no necesariamente enseñen Wikidata a sus estudiantes, pero utilicen Wikidata para crear sus clases. Entonces, tenemos dos públicos objetivos, estudiantes y profesores. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hicimos? Y acá, bueno, no está justo en la presentación esta parte, pero para los estudiantes nos centramos en el hecho de que este recurso pueda ser didáctico, pero también para que pueda ser autodidáctico, ¿cierto? Cosa de que los estudiantes puedan utilizar este recurso sin necesidad de tener a un educador, educadora, ¿cierto?, que esté al lado de ellos explicándoles todo. O sea, de que este cuadernillo, este recurso, lo pueda agarrar cualquier persona, lo pueda ir leyendo, pueda ir haciendo las actividades y aprender sobre Wikidata. Aprender la estructura, cómo están los conocimientos, los ítems de Wikidata, cómo poder visualizarlos, sin necesidad de tener a alguien que los vaya guiando. Pero en el caso de los educadores, si es que quieren aprender sobre Wikidata, esa parte también está, pero agregamos toda una unidad que está dedicada a cómo poder integrar Wikidata al aula, cómo hacer actividades, cómo planear la clase con Wikidata, ¿ya? Que eso yo creo que es algo muy valioso que hoy en día puede ser que falte un poco en el movimiento Wikimedia, o sea, el hecho de centrarse meramente en cómo él o la profesora puede utilizar los recursos Wikimedia, no necesariamente para enseñárselos a sus estudiantes, sino para poder reutilizar datos, reutilizar cualquier cosa que esté en los proyectos Wikimedia a su favor para mostrárselos a sus estudiantes, que es distinto a Wikipedia o por ejemplo, es distinto a que un profesor o profesora enseñe a editar Wikipedia, Wikidata, ¿cierto? Porque ahí están enseñando el proyecto. En este caso, los educadores están utilizando el proyecto para enseñar historia, ciencia, ¿cierto? Y eso es algo que nosotros también queríamos apuntar. Entonces, acá les presento ahí el cuadernillo que nosotros hicimos, ¿cierto? Que se llama, bueno, cómo enseñar con Wikidata, pero abajo dice, es una guía para el trabajo con datos enlazados. O sea, no es meramente como un recurso de que tenga que ser solamente para estudiantes, o sea, solamente para profesores, sino que puede ser utilizado por cualquier persona. Incluso ustedes que quieren aprender Wikidata pueden utilizar el cuadernillo. No es necesario que quieran utilizarlo para enseñar, porque literalmente es un paso a paso de cómo utilizar Wikidata. Entonces, si se fijan, acá en el índice que yo les puse para poder mostrarles cómo está puesto este cuadernillo, empezamos con, bueno, ¿qué es Wikidata? Después, ¿cómo se estructuran los datos? Una vez que uno sabe cómo se estructuran los datos, ahí recién puedo hacer búsquedas efectivas de los datos. Puedo saber cómo están, ¿cierto? Y una vez que ya tengo los datos, pasamos a, bueno, visualizar los datos. ¿Cómo es la mejor manera de visualizarlo? Y algo bueno de este cuadernillo es que también tratamos el hecho de que cómo se visualiza la información, por ejemplo. O sea, no es meramente que yo les diga, tengo estos datos y la visualización está como tabla y fin. No, o sea, buscar la manera de cómo representar los datos de mejor manera. Si tengo años, la mejor manera quizás es línea de tiempo. Si tengo distintas conexiones, distintas relaciones con distintos ítems, lo mejor puede ser un grafo, ¿cierto? Entonces, esas cosas también el cuadernillo las trata. Y, finalmente, toda una unidad va a estar o está integrada en cómo los educadores, educadoras pueden utilizar Wikidata en el aula, cómo planear la misma clase. Entonces, si se fijan, cualquier persona puede utilizar este cuadernillo, no necesariamente para trabajar con estudiantes, no necesariamente como para... En verdad, lo que quiero decir es que cualquiera puede utilizarlo, ¿ya? En fin, cualquiera puede utilizarlo. Y una de las cosas, bueno, antes de pasar a la otra, ahí abajo hay un código QR que ustedes pueden escanear y pueden inmediatamente bajar el cuadernillo, ¿cierto? Pueden hacer lo que quieran con el cuadernillo. Lo importante es que obviamente está disponible, gratuito, está en Creative Commons, o sea, está en licencia Creative Commons, abierto, ¿cierto? Tal como estamos acá en Wikimedia, movimiento libre, ¿cierto? Y una de las cosas que también quería mostrarles es que, no aparece nuevamente, pero está súper bien. Solamente quería mostrarles de que el cuadernillo también tiene, aparte de contenido, tiene actividades. Entonces, no sé si podemos pasar al... Can we put the PDF? ¿Ya? Bueno, ahí les voy a mostrar un poco el PDF, pero es meramente para que ustedes sepan de que cada unidad tiene sus propias actividades. O sea, si yo estoy hablando meramente sobre cómo se estructuran los datos, ¿cierto? Estoy haciendo una unidad de cómo se estructuran. Las actividades después son para reforzar lo aprendido. O sea, cada persona, tanto estudiantes como educadores, pueden utilizar esas actividades a su favor. No es necesario que alguien vaya guiándolos por esas actividades, sino que son todas de manera autodidacta. Entonces, por ejemplo, can we move forward right now? Yeah? Yes. So, entonces, partimos, por ejemplo, en, bueno, ¿qué es Wikidata? ¿Cierto? Pero si nos vamos adelante, y voy a pasar rápido, así que lo lamento si se marean un poquitito. Pero partimos con, bueno, ¿qué es el ecosistema? ¿Qué es Wikidata? ¿Cuál es la importancia de Wikidata en Internet? ¿Cierto? ¿Cómo sabemos que los datos son confiables? ¿Por qué es importante? Y después tenemos actividades que van directamente en línea con la misma unidad que se está tratando. O sea, en la primera veíamos, bueno, ¿qué es Wikidata? ¿Qué son las bases de datos? Y acá, por ejemplo, vemos actividades diferenciando las bases de datos. O sea, partimos de cosas muy pequeñas para poder trabajar ya con Wikidata, que es esta gran base de datos. Entonces, partimos, por ejemplo, bueno, la estructura. ¿Cómo es la estructura? Todas estas cosas que les estoy mostrando también tienen enlaces incluidos y este cuadernillo es interactivo. Entonces, en muchas de las páginas van a poder ver un link o un enlace, ¿cierto?, que les va a decir, puedes apretar acá para ver más información. Entonces, por ejemplo, cuando veíamos qué es la estructura de Wikidata, tenemos actividades como, por ejemplo, identificar un elemento. O sea, agregar un elemento y ver cuál es el alias, cuál es la descripción, cuáles son las declaraciones que tiene un elemento, cuáles son los identificadores, ¿cierto? O sea, revisar todo lo que tiene un elemento de Wikidata para poder empezar a utilizar esta base de datos. Entonces, ahí, bueno, les puedo seguir mostrando, ¿cierto?, distintas actividades, como explorando las características similares de cada una, pero voy a pasar muy rápido porque quiero mostrarles la última unidad, que es sobre todo la que es para educadores. Entonces, en esta unidad, y con esto ya voy a ir cerrando, quisimos hablar sobre cómo integrar Wikidata al aula. Y acá fue un trabajo muy como codo a codo con mi colega de educación de Wikimedia Chile, porque en ese momento ella pudo identificar cómo utilizar Wikidata, cómo integrarlo a Wikidata, y una de las cosas que también vimos a través de los distintos cuadernillos que han salido desde la Fundación Wikimedia, desde Aprender con Wikidata, o sea, con Wikipedia, ¿cierto? Es que es muy necesario que al final pueda haber una actividad en donde los mismos educadores puedan planear la clase con Wikidata. Puedan decir, ok, este es el contexto de mis estudiantes. Mis estudiantes saben esto, quiero enseñarles esto otro. ¿Cómo utilizo Wikidata? ¿Cuál vendría siendo la descripción de la actividad? ¿Cómo justifico esto? O sea, ¿por qué Wikidata contribuye al desarrollo de estos objetivos? ¿Cierto? ¿Cuáles van a ser los identificadores, las etapas? ¿Cuáles van a ser la evaluación que puedo hacer con Wikidata? Entonces, esto es muy importante y en verdad, por lo menos para mí, encuentro que es súper significativo para el movimiento y para todas las personas que quieran enseñar con Wikidata. Eso es todo por hoy. Muchas gracias por escucharme. Creo que tenemos un minutito por si alguien tiene alguna pregunta, consulta, pero igual creo que hay un micrófono ahí.
Creo que sí me escucho, pero... hola.
Hola.
Muchas felicidades, qué gran proyecto. Estoy muy emocionada porque Wikidata justamente es así, eso que tú dijiste. Yo soy de humanidades y me da todo el miedo del mundo. Entonces quisiera saber, pues, si hay posibilidad de trabajar Wikidata en cualquier área de estudio o si pues hay ciertos, pues sí, ahora sí que como se manejan datos, si hay ciertas materias que son como más fáciles de adaptar, etcétera.
Definitivamente hay materias que son más fáciles. O sea, si yo voy a enseñar Wikidata a estudiantes de ingeniería informática, va a ser muchísimo más fácil, pero hemos trabajado con estudiantes de periodismo. Y los estudiantes de periodismo han utilizado Wikidata para hacer periodismo de investigación. Entonces, eso es algo que, claro, a la gente de periodismo no les pedimos que editen datos, pero les enseñamos cómo poder encontrar los datos. Entonces, muy poquito porque me quedan muy pocos segundos, pero había un proyecto que ellos querían revisar cuáles eran las hidroeléctricas que existían en Chile. Y en Wikidata están mapeadas. Entonces, ellos pudieron aprender y pudieron visualizar dónde están las mismas hidroeléctricas y revisar por qué todas se encuentran en tal parte, porque hay otras que están en el otro lado del país, ¿cierto? Por todas esas cosas pudieron visualizarlas en un mismo mapa y eso hizo que pudieran sacar conclusiones y hacer periodismo de investigación. Así que, ¿verdad? Se puede utilizar para todas las áreas. Es meramente, hay que pensar un poco en cómo tratarlo, pero sí se puede. Eso, muchas gracias. and the mic is already on. Let me see. Okay. Hello, everyone. This is the morning after opening. I'm very glad to see you. And I would like to talk about secret stuff, about how to make the editing workshops work. My workshop is going to be more about editing workshops, more about for global South countries or emerging communities, as we call. So if you are coming from a well-developed country, you might find that people really need to do that. Oops. Maybe it needs to be, sorry, maybe it needs to be updated. This is another slide. So my name is Natalia Tymkiev. I'm user Antanana, and I'm a Ukrainian Wikipedian, administrator on the Ukrainian Wiki project. I do conduct editing workshops from time to time, and the recurrent theme that I noticed when I'm also talking with other community members, especially from the countries that are less privileged internet-wise, is talking about account creation, IP range blocking, and things that are actually making the workshops very difficult. So I would like to know in the room who has conducted editing workshops before. Okay, if yes, can you share, because this is a workshop, can you share a few words about things that worked or things that didn't work? If it's... Everything worked?
My problem is always, make the workshops, everybody is...
You need a mic. Mic? Sorry. Yeah, because we also can have audience online. It's better to talk into a mic. Sorry.
Main problem is everybody is loving workshops and everybody is enthusiastic and is working there and wants to go on editing Wikipedia. But just as they're leaving the workshop, the people stop editing and doing something else in their life. We have many workshops in my area, and there are only a few editors left after this workshop. So sometimes we are thinking about how can we keep the people, or is it worth to make so many workshops?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for sharing that. Again, because this is a workshop, so I'm also going to share some of the things because they are definitely not covered in my slides. Editing Wikipedia, just like any other wiki project, is a hobby. And the important part is to understand that the ability of everyone in the world to edit doesn't mean that people are going to like it or that people are actually going to find it a hobby. Just like not everyone likes to climb the mountains, not everyone likes to edit Wikipedia. And people can just discover that. Throughout the course of conducting these editing workshops, I learned that the important part is to first try to, when people are already coming, there is interest, first to actually make sure that they are able to read Wikipedia and to know about sources and to understand that there is a history that they can look up, and if there are some scandalous information in the article, they can just look at the history and figure out that maybe there was a vandalism and the news about somebody writing something bad about some politician were actually just, I don't know, some journalism bogus. So if at the end of the workshop people
are not actually, after the workshop, people are not actually going to start editing because that's not theirs. They at least would leave the room with the understanding how to read Wikipedia. And there was, I believe already was a session about like 101 ways of contributing to Wikimedia if editing Wikipedia is not what you would like, because you can take a picture, you can do some other things. So that would be something also good to mention in the workshop, like as a way for people. But if you're not interested in this, there are also other ways. Just click a link and figure out what it works for you. So that's just like a direct. Okay. So the first thing is that single session general audience outreach has negligible impact. So when you are planning your workshops, either plan for 2 sessions at least, or it should be a series of sessions, or pick a specialized audience. If you are doing a workshop for people who are actually passionate about butterflies, they might end up being true Wikipedians even after 1 session. But if it's general audience, topics that you have chosen might not speak out to them. They just might not figure out that if you taught them how to write about books, they can also write about hockey players or something else. So that's the thing. If you are planning a workshop, if it's single session and it's not a specialized audience, you are wasting your time, you are wasting people's time, unless you actually point them out to some other ways to do that. So you can turn 1 single session into awareness session, rather than actually making them Wikipedians out of them. And also, an important thing, do not give giveaways just for people coming or registering. Try to make it after they completed something. That way, you are thanking them rather than bribing them into coming to your events. And care to prepare. You need to find out as much as you can about your audience, again, because you can find things that are interesting for them, or find out about the venue. And also make a plan B for everything. But also there are things that you just cannot control. For example, you came, everybody came, participants came, and there is no electricity in the venue. There is no electricity, but try to find a piece of paper or a phone and ask people to give their emails so you can send them the materials and invitation for the next time. Things happen. So just try to deal with that in this way. Or, for example, download your slides on a computer, and if there is no internet and there is no electricity, you can at least have a session again about awareness and how to read Wikipedia. They won't be able to edit, but they would be able to learn, because even if there is like no internet, you can still show the slides on your computer, which of course should be charged. But and let's talk about secret tips. A workshop plan, of course, includes a lot of things, like goals, topics. If you know your audience, you can figure out what works for them better, or try to look for reliable sources for that. So when you are preparing for a workshop, you can actually figure out what is a reliable source in this or that topic, so you can offer them, and probably some online sources. Of course, if you're also coming from a less developed country, most likely, or colonized former colony, most likely people speak at least a few languages. That means that you would be able to translate, to use a translation tool. Registration form would be something to consider. I'm not saying that you need to do everything here, just to consider whether you would like to register people, and especially if you are planning to not have 1 session, but a few, having people's registration information kind of is important. Refreshments, if there is a budget for that. Then, of course, account creation, IP range blocking, things that I'm going to concentrate a bit more. Help at the event. If you are doing a workshop alone, that might be difficult if there is a lot of people, so maybe try to find other Wikipedians if you know that you are going to have more than 10 people, because 10 people is probably going to be like the limit of when one person can come and give help and attention to. Also, think about feedback form and support after the event. Just because you created these Wikipedians doesn't mean that now you should abolish, not ever remember that you actually brought them into this world. I'm not going to talk about that unless there is time and we want to do after my slides. And does anyone experienced account creation limit from one IP? Okay, that's good to know that you know it. So in Wikimedia, we have a 24-period time that we can create from one IP only 6 accounts. And there are like 6 slides of showing how to avoid that. So before the event, you can encourage people to register beforehand if you have a registration form, because you are planning for like 2 sessions or a series of sessions. Most people still would not do that, but there would be some, and that might help, because if it's 8 people, 6 people and 2 people registered, then 6 people is already better. Before the event, you can also ask people to fill in the registration form, give them instructions how to do that, and ask them to submit the username in the registration form so you would know about that. Of course, privacy issues, if it's a registration form, just make sure that you mention that you're not going to give this information, things like that. In Europe, it's going to be more complicated things. In some countries, it's like easier, but still. Before the event, you can also request temporary removing of the limit of account creation on IP address, but you actually need to know about the venue and understand what it can be. And there is a request that you can fill in, but you need to mention the information there. You can also, before the event, ask people to fill in their usernames and active email, but ask about active email, because sometimes people give the emails that they don't actually use. And you can create accounts for people, because if you know that most people do not actually create accounts themselves, it might be easier just to ask about the desired username and email and create it ourselves, or ask somebody who has the creation rights to do that. Before the event, you can also request if you don't have the account creation rights, you can request that. Admins usually have that, bots, stewards, and there is also a special like a user account creator that instead of creating for yourself an account, you can create an account for somebody else, where you state the reason why you do that for some event, but you can do it. Also, before the event, you can create a few generic accounts. You don't know who is coming. You didn't have the time to do the registration. Somebody else was doing. You can create a few generic, accounts. Editor one. Well, of course, you're going to do to select a bit more creative username, maybe in the other language than English. But you can do that. You can just have then your participants to actually use those accounts temporarily for the event, or even give this account to them, just explain how to rename. If it happened during the event, because again, life happens, you can check if there are people with mobiles and they can give hotspot. It's of course not going to really work with the, if you have standard desktop computers, in some ways, but if people have laptops, that can be a way. Also, people can just create the account on mobile and then use it on a desktop. So also during the event, you can create these extra accounts yourself during the event. It's just going to take time, and the other participants are going to be less, they have to wait for somebody else to also receive the creation of an account. So it's less optimal, but it's possible. Or you can also go to Programs and Events dashboard where you can actually create without the limits for the IP. Any other ideas about account creation you know or tried, but without going into some more complicated technical stuff, because there is also that, those possibilities, for tech developers. But you'll have to use a mic. If somebody wants to speak, you'll have to use a mic. Okay. IP range blocks. So these are the blocks that affect not one IP address, but a range. And they are usually applied like when there's partially or completely block whole networks that can operate using more than one public IP address. Has anyone experienced that in the audience? Do you want to share? The mic there. Oh, there.
We've been helping the Parliamentary Library of New Zealand to get on board with Wikipedia, but it turns out the New Zealand Parliament itself has an IP range block due to problematic editing from within the Parliament, which we are now trying to negotiate to get lifted.
Well, that's some very active Parliament. So for New Zealand, it's actually going to be about negotiating and about figuring out that, yes, we promise it's not going to happen, maybe some awareness campaign with the Parliament people that, you should not do it. Otherwise, you're going to be in all the news everywhere in the world that it's, Actually, in Ukraine, there was at some point there was a Twitter account that was sharing information as soon as the IP belonging to government, IPs was making an edit. And in Ukraine, we had like a tweet about Poltava Oblast parliament, like a council, making an edit about halushka. And that was a thing that it's a dish which is traditional for that region. So, when a parliament during working hours making changes in things like that, that's kind of interesting for everybody to know. So, yeah, parliament editing is happening. I guess they really do not have a lot of work to do. So, IP range blocking is a real issue for some regions in the world, way more than it is for others, like disproportionately. Blocking an IP range because of repeated vandalism, say in a Boston school, will not create a huge problem. Whereas blocking a school in Ghana, because this is a shared IP, can often means like blocking whole cities, regions, or providers, because there are just like too few IPs for the country. And here I'm going to show you, just to give an example. MIT in Boston has 16.7 million IP addresses assigned. Whole Ghana has 2.2 million IP addresses assigned. Population of MIT is 15.5 thousand of students, and teachers, I guess. Whereas Ghana's population is 34 million of people. It means that there is like a bit over 1,000 IP addresses for one MIT related person, whereas there is like less than one IP address per person in Ghana. And that's just huge difference and huge thing. If an admin blocks IP range in Africa, it's going to create way more problems than if it's, even Parliament of New Zealand. So this staggering disproportion, of course, is not the result of any ill will by MIT. It's not as if, I'm using MIT here as an example, but it's not as if MIT wanted to do that or there was some ill will on any parties involved. It's just the result of the ancient experiment leftovers when internet was actually an experiment. And this was a temporary structures which were supposed to be replaced. And like for decades already, we have IPv6 as a technological solution for that. But it's just too expensive and commercially not attractive unless there is like some real pressure for somebody to actually bear this one cost investment. So in a lot of cases and a lot of conversations, you may hear, especially African, I don't know how widespread this is in other regions, but I know that African, for example, Wikipedians are always talking about this. And this is a huge problem. Wikimedia just can't do anything about that because Wikimedia movement doesn't have enough resources to actually change this. We just have to work around that. We just have to live with that as a part of the reality for now. It would be great to be able to change that, but it's not as if we are able to change it now. So if there is IP range blocking, then before the event, there is something that you can do. But of course, you need to, if you are doing workshops in a place where there can be IP range blocking of disproportionate size, you actually need to test the venue. You need to go there, preferably to be able to create, to see whether it's possible, ask them whether they can create an account if it's some other city and you can't travel there and you can't do that. So you need to test, you need to understand what is the situation. If you can't, you still can request account creation locally, like a flag, you can request, because you're going to be conducting a workshop on some wiki, you request the IP block exempt for yourself, so you are able to help, you are able to write. And you need to also ask for account creation rights before the event, if you don't have them. If you are an admin, you are there locally, you can have the exempt already, so you can, create. But you need to have two rights before you start the event, because then, when you come to the venue, you would be not affected by the block. You would be able to create accounts for other people. Usually, the IP range blocking is done softly. That means that if you are a named account, you already have an account, you would be able to edit. The problem is creation of new accounts, because this block is actually trying to prevent vandalism, repeated vandalism, because then you can have a lot of accounts, just like IP limit creation, account creation is about not having too many IPs created from one account, so that volunteers won't be able to deal with that wave of, some bad vandals coming at one point in time. The same with the range. It is against vandalism, and it is trying to create obstacles for the wave of possible vandalism, bot fake accounts that can just overburden the existing volunteering community, which is very tiny, usually. So if you have those, you would be able to create, and named accounts would be. There can be a possibility that there is IP blocking. This range is block hard, so even then it would not be happening, but at least you can, to some extent, try to mitigate the failure of the workshop, which you can still turn into a good thing if you're trying to talk about awareness campaign and trying to say, now you know how to read Wikipedia, here are the materials, and you would be able to create an account and do it at home. And then we are going to meet again and we are going to figure, because you already create account at home, and we would be able to continue and make it practical workshop without awareness part. That would also help you to understand whether these people are going to come back or not. And also, just what we were talking about, the New Zealand Parliament, you can also check if they are already blocked and try to figure out, negotiate, make sure that you can do something about it before the event, or after you found out during the event. You can do it after one event in order to prepare for the next one, even though there are already some mitigation strategies to that. So any other idea about IP range blocking? I mean, again, not super technical one and not involving a lot of money to actually change the architecture of the internet for regions. You'll have to use the mic because the online participants won't be able to hear.
Can you opine a bit on a potential solution to use VPNs to circumvent this?
Yeah. So yeah, VPNs, but then you also need to make sure that that would be something to also consider. But I mean, it's more technical. I mean, if you are talking about, like, I was trying to go about tips, and that's kind of, with already existing things. If you also need to have your participants to do VPN, in my experience at least, that people already think too complicated. If they're not used to it. I mean, in some countries where it's a norm and you can't get to, I don't know, Facebook or something else, people are actually getting very good at using VPNs, but it's not a lived experience for a lot of people. Please.
One of our solutions has been to purchase a portable Wi-Fi unit that operates on a SIM card that we can charge up and have as an emergency backup with every event, and just put that in the middle of the table and say, this is your Wi-Fi and password. As long as there's good cell phone coverage and we have enough data, that can serve 10 or 20 people for an event and evades all the IP problems.
Yeah, that's awesome. It does require more, more technology, more equipment, and if you are just a volunteer who just wants to do a workshop, it might not work for you, but it's a good thing to have in mind, especially if you have some support structure. Maybe a partner where you are having a workshop really wants to organize the event, and you are explaining to them, these are the technical requirements, and we need them. Or, you can do it yourself, or there is an affiliate in your region that has such equipment or means to buy it, to have it. So that's possible. And of course, if you are in a region where there are no affiliates or there are no support structures, you can also request a grant and buy it. If you are going to do workshops, that might be a worthwhile investment into the future, especially if you're not going to organize only one session, but two or a series. Thank you. I also listed here useful pages, just some pages that I also used throughout the slides, to have it in one place, because sometimes you just need to read and figure out how things are working. I just tried to collect them in one place and called them secrets in hopes that somebody will come to the session because everybody wants to know secrets, even though they're kind of publicly available. I haven't actually revealed any secret information. And thank you and дякую. That was what I wanted to give you as a, start. And I would like for us to have an opportunity to talk about things and talk about workshops. I can go back to the more like a list of things that you need to do, because I did concentrated more on account creation and IP range blocking, but there are lots of other things in the workshops that we can talk about as a way to share the knowledge. Because in my experience, the thing is that we, as a movement, conduct a lot of workshops, we do a lot of projects. What we do not do well is sharing the information and sharing tips. A lot of the things that I mentioned here were some things that we learned on the go. We came because Wikipedians can always, teach somebody or be passionate about telling about Wikipedia, but then you come and there is this problem. Okay, next time this is taken into account, but something else was not taken into account. Then next time I feel that I'm confident and I'm prepared, and something else happens. So that's again, I want us to share, and we do have time to share. So it's not as if you are pressured for time and not able to. And would you like to share? You? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so this is actually a question online from Happy Life. He or she or them is asking about related issues when one requests for forget password. The link does not always drop for password reset. Why? And asking this because there's been countless times where people actually forget their passwords, and as a trainer, you have to always either like create a new account. And the question is, how often do you have to do that? Because you cannot blame anyone for missing or mixing up their passwords.
Yeah. So with passwords, and that's something that you actually need to make sure you are communicating to your participants really well. They first of all won't be able to retrieve the password if they didn't write an email, an active email. Like, first of all, this is like a first thing. When they are registering, they should include the email. You can't control all the Wikipedians who are coming to Wikipedia, but at least for your participants, you should mention that, otherwise they won't be able to retrieve it. After they actually had an email and they requested for a forgotten password, it can go into spam, it can go into all other places in your inbox. If you are using Mail, it has like lots of tabs where it can get lost. So you'll have to look for that. I am terrible myself at remembering passwords. I have, it's like a weak place for me. The only password in my life, I actually remembered the Wikipedia password. I do not know why, but this was the only password that I remembered, and that was it. So using a password manager is something that people also should be, because if people are not very used to internet or to having a bit more, I don't know, old-fashioned emails coming with reminding of password, like in Wikimedia, because it does get lost. They should also know that there is a manager for passwords, and you should just install it. If you have to create another account because you forgot, you can't find the email, you do not receive it, install the manager, and then create an account. So I hope that was the answer. And
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I'm curious, is an effective editing workshop even possible online? And if so, how do we go about organizing it? Maybe there are any tips or experience?
Yeah. So online editing can be effective, but usually when you have specialized audience. If you have just general audience, you should aim to turn your workshop into a more awareness campaign, talking about Wikipedia and trying to get them interested or figure out that there are more ways to contribute than only editing Wikipedia, because it's more difficult to give them the support that a lot of Wikipedians just come to Wikipedia as organically. So they learned everything by themselves. They didn't actually need help. People who are coming to events are a different kind of people who actually needed this initial push or light push. And through online editing, at least in workshops, at least in my experience, they are getting it less. But I do not have data, and I do not know if such data is being collected. I can speak only from my experience. If somebody else had like a really successful online workshop and can share about that with a retention more than 4% of people, which is more or less the usual retention rate statistically, please share. Not in this room, and maybe not online. Okay, Mayur? There are even people in the audience that I know. And also Wikipedian of the Year came to us.
I wanted to share, Nat, an experience. I'm involved in helping with Wikimania, and we had to get an IP block exemption for Suntech. And because this was an unusual editing workshop where we knew there'd be lots of people creating new accounts because there's many sessions happening introducing people to our movement, but we didn't know which projects they'd be creating an account on. So we had to do an all databases exemption. I just wanted to share with the room that the process was actually fairly straightforward. You have to be organized, we had to submit the request an amount of time in advance. We had probably, it was for Wikimania, so most Wikimedians that kind of action these requests knew our kind of project. But I just wanted to share with the room that, it worked really well. I haven't heard anyone getting an IP block notice in the event. So the system does work. It needs a bit of organization. You have to do like a few weeks ahead, but it can be as extensive as asking for all databases to be opened up for a particular IP. So I just wanted to share that experience from this Wikimania.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the thing, that in a lot of cases, our processes work well if you have patience and organization, that you actually think about things beforehand and try to do things beforehand. Because we mostly are all volunteers, and that means that, I received a request, but I have life, I have work. I might not look at it for some time. So it's better if you know when the event is coming up, you actually plan for that, you make a request, and you give a room for people to be able to respond without being rushed too much. Of course, if you have some urgency, again, life happens, and we should just acknowledge that. The request can be marked as urgent. It's just like there is no guarantee that it's going to be looked up like, I have 5 minutes before my event. You probably are going to have to start, again, talking about Wikipedia rather than editing it or creating accounts before the request is granted. So that's just how it comes and goes. Anybody else? Oh.
Actually, not to be in rush when organizing the event. You can also try to create some time with some administrators that on which you can, let's say, little bit push. And of course, not always 5 minutes before, but maybe the day before can be enough.
Yeah, this also helps, but of course also helps to have just users with extended rights knowing that the event is coming, so they would be able to help, because also you vetted the venue, everything works, everything is great, and then some very active vandal just wakes up a few hours before your event and the IP range is blocked. So, you could have done all the work, but it still can be not enough. So, asking for some things before the event, just in case, might be a good just policy for yourself. Or for other volunteers if you are preparing somebody to, to conduct a workshop. Because it's also very awkward, sometimes not only, with participants, but also with partners, that all this work went into nothing, or almost nothing.
There's a comment from Isare. He, she, or them also says that it's a comment that I did attend an online Black History Month editathon organized by Oregon State University that went well. It helped that they had a Slack channel as well as Zoom. So I think it really for some people.
Yeah. So I'm just going to give here like one clarification. For me, successful workshop is actually going to be like you cannot judge if it was successful on the spot or after the event. The retention rate, the people returning to editing or contributing to other wiki projects, they may learn about Wiki Loves Monuments, and they are going to come back in September or October with, you know, beautiful pictures or videos. So for me, the retention rate is really like important. It actually shows whether your event was successful. The whole idea of not having single session is it's good to invest in reading Wikipedia and figuring out what else people can get interested, but you need to plan, and then you actually need to have the usernames. Sometimes asking them for a username, if you didn't have a registration form, is difficult. Just make a note of articles they have edited, and then after the event, just collect yourself these usernames, so you would be able to at least look at that and figure out what worked for people and what didn't. Sometimes for people would not work out if you just do not, I guess, lightly shadow them to help them if they went into a dispute. They, might have some differences in communication or how they perceive the norms. You might just help them. There was a deletion request, there was some clarification request, something was reverted. The caring part about the result would also include you trying to work with people for a bit, and trying to figure out what, helping them. That would also help retention, because if they run into a problem, nobody responded, nobody helped, they can also drop out. So the agreement to do a workshop, somebody asks you to do a workshop, make sure that you are not wasting your efforts, because for you it may seem as this is like one-time commitment. I just came, an affiliate asked me to do that, but actually if there is no support following the workshop, if they are not looking at the retention, if they are not going to check like half a year into the game, has something happened, then this is not a serious project, and you should rethink whether this is something that you want to do with your volunteer time. We say this is volunteer time. This is actually our life. We have a limited number of hours that we spend in this world. And if you think that this is like worthwhile investment of your hours, fine, but just do it with open eyes. That if they didn't think about that and if they are not serious about that, then the money that they are getting for grants or something and the efforts that they are getting from you as a volunteer is not a good investment overall into the movement. That's
For your workshops, are you using the visual editor or using the source editor?
Yeah. So I have been editing Wikipedia since 2011, seriously. And when Visual Editor was deployed, my Wikipedia and I myself just went into the like a script to take it off, because for editing I don't need another tab, and it's also very you click, it changed, and then you clicked on Visual Editor, whereas you didn't plan to click on Visual Editor, and you are spending more time on editing than you actually wanted to. But in my experience, and especially if you are going to be not editing for your own hobby and for your own for your own time, you would have to turn on the visual editor, because more and more I see that people expect editing to be easier than like something like Google Docs or something like Docs. So they don't want to go into the source. And I first saw it when I was teaching my parents to edit Wikipedia. I saw the reaction they saw about, all these refs. And that's actually a good thing to teach them to use sources, to include references, because it's easy to do on the visual editor. You just actually need to have a disclaimer that something might not work as ideally. But the conclusion was that you have to use the visual editor in order to be able to know what works, what doesn't work, and how you can help. Otherwise, you won't be able to explain it to people. And then you're not an effective teacher. The same with new vector or things that you need to know how things work if you are doing outreach. If you're not doing outreach, you can do what was before vector. First, really old. Monobook, yes, Monobook. Yeah, you can just use Monobook for everything that I care. But if you are going to do screenshots and there would be a Monobook, people are going to be like, "What is this website they are showing to us?" So it doesn't work.
Hi, just some comments from online as well, from Takashi Ota. Saying first, sharing my experience, I recently taught how to edit Wikipedia at a workshop to general participants in a rural town. Due to insufficient communication with the organizers, I could not have enough time to talk about copyright violation, so that it resulted some of the participants just copy and pasted some contents from the books. As a lecturer, of course, I taught the basics to avoid it, but I regret I should have more time to talk about copyright issues. Regarding the visual editor versus source editor, he said, yeah, that's what I would like to ask. For collaborating work simultaneously, visual editor is not the best choice. It could result in edit conflicts, while it is far better to edit for newcomers. Yeah, that's all.
At least in my experience, and I guess because Ukraine is the way that it is and its education system as it is, it might be not the same for the more well-developed country where you can be more easily sued for copyright violations, where people actually understand that this is a crime. You need to mention that. You have to include it in the first, but you need to understand that yourself, and you need to mention it even not a lot, but you still need to mention about copyright. So people do not just copy, paste, and do not use sources that they can't use without rewriting. So mentioning something like that in your editing workshop is important. It's also important at the beginning. And it's even important for the awareness. You can just mention that if you see a copyright violation on Wikipedia, you should do something about that. Even if it's writing on a talk page, preferably not writing about this on Facebook, but writing it somewhere where people can actually connect, because it's also very like writing on Twitter or Facebook, something that, oh, I found this thing on Wikipedia. People can actually go and do something about that, which might be more effective. Okay, anybody else has experience about copyright? Or something else?
Just a few things from having run some events myself. I completely agree with you that, yes, copyright explanation straight away is very important. I always have visual editor turned on for new users. Visual editor is superior to source for new users because you have less chance of edit conflicts. Two people can edit different sections of the same article simultaneously. I also create a dummy account, which is my username plus demo, which has all of the default beginner settings turned on, so I can demonstrate what something looks like without all my preferences and tools turned on, with no user page yet created and such like, and use that as a plain vanilla account for demonstrations. One final thing that we've found very useful, documentation of editathons is often very poor because all the photos look like people sitting in front of laptops, and you have to be very creative to come up with some good, usable, well-lit photographs of people looking excited and happy and doing interesting things and helping each other for the inevitable reports, or they all look the same. So we use a colored lanyard system for people to opt out if they don't want to be included in those group photos, and that seems to work quite well. But you have to really try hard to find an interesting way of documenting the event to share. And finally, I've talked too long, the follow-up thing is so important. It is not worth doing any of these events if there's no tracking or follow-up or training of the participants. And the editathon is, to me, really a part of the process. It's not the end result. It's just one tool in a longer campaign. But so often it's seen as the thing to be achieved. To tick, an organization can tick a box and say, we ran this event, but they don't care about editor numbers or attention. They just want to show that they did something. Yep. So that's not our goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, indeed. Especially it's like true for users with extended rights, like admins. Being a normal user or a new user is a very different experience, and from time to time, it's a good reality check to actually see how things are for newcomers, because they may receive some new message, or things that you didn't know even existed because you have registered like such a long time ago. So having these things is also important, because if you look surprised by something, then people also lose confidence in you being a good teacher, or that you know what you're talking about. If you're like, what is this? And yeah, tracking and actually following up is the project, not the workshop. Anybody else want to add? We still have 8 minutes. Mm-hmm.
I can add something that it's a good idea to hammer it home, that every user has a dedicated test page where they can actually use that to write the articles themselves, so that they do not use like main space or draft from the first try. They can work there even after the event, and then copy their contents where it needs to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Creating safe space for newbies can be done kind of like in 2 main ways. The first one would be actually taking care of them after the event and watch their talk pages and watch the articles they created and be able to jump in if needed. The other part is, of course, creating a real safe space for them to try to create not in the main space, so they can try. At some Wikimania, I don't remember what exactly it was, 2017 or maybe 18, there was one of the sessions where users came up with a template for articles. Like when you just go to somebody and they want to create an article, you give them basically a template Google Doc, where it talks about biographies, where they ask, okay, list according to the notability criteria of your wiki. It just says, okay, awards, if there are any, things, if there are any. So you just have a fact check list before you commit to writing an article. And of course, at the end, references for all those awards, education, and things like that. Because if you cannot fill in that fact check that actually corresponds with notability criteria, which can be different for every Wikipedia a bit, then there is no need to commit and actually create, and it will just create an article because it will just result in not a good situation. It's going to be deleted, and it's going to be a bad experience. But like having that checklist that can actually be populated even before you have an editing experience, because you can have it as a prep material for people. If you want to write an article about a living person or a dead person, you can actually go through these motions of checking whether this person has these things, and if this person doesn't have these things, then there would not be article about it, about this person. So that's something also to keep in mind, like a possible tool. It's not difficult to do. It's just like a simple short check even before you start writing, because people usually feel ownership. I wrote all these texts, and now my work is being thrown away. But if you go through the checklist before, you can actually show and demonstrate to the person that it doesn't work. It's not going to work. At least now. Maybe this person is going to go into a scandal, like political scandal. If a politician wants to be in Wikipedia and they are not, do not have coverage enough, they can go into a scandal and they can receive everything. People are going to unearth every thing about their life, and you would be able to create a great article.
Hi, Belinda from Australia here. Something, I think everyone's covered some fantastic ideas. One thing that we have been trying to do is be a little bit creative about the name of the workshop, because we find a lot of people are turned off by the term editathon. They think they're going to be sitting typing for hours and hours and hours. So we recently worked with a university who wanted to rename the name to a correctathon, because they thought this will appeal to people to come along, handle misinformation, correct facts, and we did get a lot more people. So just being open to changing the name, or just calling it, a basic workshop or something simple rather than an editathon, has started to work well for us. So just a thought from Australia.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I can tell you that the Ukrainian Wikipedia once a year conducts a series of workshops. This year we had also outside of Ukraine as a birthday gift for Ukrainian Wikipedia. So the whole year people were reading Wikipedia. Once a year you may come to a birthday party with a gift, and that gift is going to be at the end of a workshop to create an article for Wikipedia. So that's, things that you can also use. You can also celebrate a language day, some other things. You can also, try to get people interested in topics, but again, it would be less of a general, I guess. It can also be for specialized days when you can aim for people who are interested in things outside of their usual activities. Anybody else?
Can suggest that to the newbies you should be really transparent and say that whenever they are going to create their own first page, it's like when you have a small turtle entering the sea, you don't know what is going to happen. There can be an orch somewhere, and your precious turtle is going to be hidden by someone else that is changing dramatically the page. So you should be proud of your own page, but you should not consider it your own child that is to be protected at any cost.
Yeah. I think that you should not even think about it as your own child, because actually children are their own people, and the less we try to put our own, expectations on how those children are going to grow up, the less probably, the less bad outcomes are going to come, because the expectations, it is very important to mention to newbies that they are not owners and they released whatever they wrote, and now it's out in the open. You still can help your turtle. You can try to release it in a safer space. You can write your first article about a mountain or, a settlement rather than a biography of a living person. Even if you are really interested in this, singer, try to first have a muscle before, so you can release it in a safer space. You also can make sure that there are no, big sharks around it, like notability criteria, so you can do something. But yes, once the article is released, it can change. my personal belief is that it's also important to explain to people who want to have their articles when they are alive, they are notable, they are alive. They need to understand that once the article is there, it's way easier to add whatever information is out in the open than if there is no article, because then you need to go and create an article in order to add some information. But if the article already created and somebody mentioned something or gave a quote or, you know, a small scandal, not a huge scandal, it's going to end up in your article. 35 seconds.
Time for a quick tip. In Israel, people like Facebook, and they like to complain about Wikipedia on Facebook. And newbies to Wikipedia often have difficulties using the talk page, as we know, and also not everybody on Wikipedia is super nice and patient with newbies. So we created a Facebook group called Wikipedia for Beginners or something like that, where it is guaranteed you will get patient and nice people helping you with your very beginner, very repetitive questions. And the reason I'm telling you this is that it's working really well, and one of the success stories is a person who came and started asking questions. The Hebrew Wikipedia's notability criteria are not the clearest. And so this person had to keep asking, what about this person? Are they notable? What about this person? What about this person? Do you think they're notable? But this person understood that because it's unclear, they could use help from experienced Wikipedians determining notability to avoid frustration. Long story short, this person is now a board member of Wikimedia Israel.
Thank you. And thank you everyone. We are at time. I hope it was useful, and I hope we can, share throughout the conference if we also remembered something, and we can start sharing better tips next time. Thank you.
Isn't this the guy who was just talking? Yes, that's me. But I'm the next speaker. Okay, the AV gods are smiling. Hello everyone, welcome to this talk about WikiLearn, the learning and training space for Wikimedia built by the Wikimedia Foundation. My name is Asaf, I work for the Community Development Department at the Wikimedia Foundation. I'm also a longtime Wikipedia and Wikimedia volunteer. So what is WikiLearn and why do I need it in my life? Why do we need WikiLearn? if you've followed the movement strategy conversations or just have spent some time around the movement, you may have noticed that we need to invest in skills and leadership development, and this is also explicitly called out by our movement strategy. Investing in skills and leadership development is seen as necessary for us to become the infrastructure of the ecosystem of free knowledge. And the way this translates is that up-to-date, high-quality training resources are needed across the movement. And again, if you've been around the movement for a little while, you know that they're not always there. Not everything is documented with up-to-date, high-quality documentation, certainly not in everybody's own language, right? And at the same time, we have a lot of documentation and not enough documentation. On the one hand, we have a lot of documentation that goes underutilized, that people aren't using, aren't reading, aren't encountering, don't know about. And at the same time, other things are not covered well enough. And documentation might be incomplete or unmaintained. Maybe you've encountered tools that just were undocumented, or the documentation was actually out of date and actively misleading. These things are status quo. That's how things are in the movement. And many things, like I said, don't have any documentation at all. Access to training materials is a significant barrier to skill development. People might get trainings at occasions like this, at Wikimania, at regional conferences, but as you know, not everybody makes it to Wikimania. Not everybody can reach because they maybe didn't get a scholarship, or maybe they want to preserve their anonymity and they don't want to have in-person encounters, or maybe they have mobility challenges, or they are caretakers. Whatever reason, people may not have access to training in-person training opportunities. Even though in-person training is great and generally considered the most effective way to train, it is also exclusionary of the people who cannot benefit from it because of, like I said, access barriers, anonymity, language barriers. Not everybody can benefit from this session in English, for example. By the way, fun fact, the vast majority of the planet's population does not speak English. We all understand this, yes? Not even a little. The vast majority of people on the planet do not speak any English, just so we're clear. Okay. So online learning addresses many of these issues, allows people who want to remain anonymous, allows people with mobility challenges or who are remote for whatever reason to access training, and has a lot of other benefits. It is, once it exists, it is available for everyone at zero cost. It is, can be consumed in parallel, et cetera, but also, of course, has downsides of its own. It's less personal, it's maybe less engaging than in-person communication. It might be less interactive. If it is recorded online training, you can't ask questions of the instructor. When we have excellent materials in the movement, and we do have some really great learning resources, they are generally very difficult to reuse, to consume in another language. You have to really just basically recreate them in another language on your own if you want to make them accessible to speakers of your language. So what would be ideal? If we were to imagine an ideal solution, some of the characteristics of an ideal solution, I think, would be that we would have a platform where we had structured and up-to-date learning resources available for anyone to study, and the materials could be available in multiple languages, with the text translated, with the videos subtitled and translated, I mean, at least the subtitles translated, with volunteers being able to contribute and not just consume learning materials. A real training platform that Wiki-style can be built by the entire movement. We would want to have options for automated assessment, like computer grading of learner progress, but we would also want to enable human-taught courses with open response questions that a human can really grade and give feedback on, and qualitative assessments. We would want to support both teaching models. Ideally, we would not want another password in our lives. We would want to use our Wikimedia accounts to just log in with OAuth. We would want a mobile-friendly site and app, right? And we would want materials to be easy to fork and modify so that I could see a course that I like, except for this bit here, and I want to fork it, remove that bit, add something of my own, and have my own version. Wouldn't that be nice? Would it be nice? Yeah. Well, good news, everybody. Oh, and of course, all of this should be on free software, right? Good news, WikiLearn is that thing. WikiLearn, powered by the Open edX free software, which is the software that also powers the commercial edX site. Maybe you've heard of it. If you haven't, it's kind of like Coursera and other online learning courses. Open edX is the free software that runs it, and WikiLearn is our improved implementation of that free software. And it does all of that. When I say improved, it's because, for example, Open edX does not support content translation. So you create a course and then that's it. You can create it in any language you want, but then that's the language of the course. In WikiLearn, our improved version of Open edX, you can take a course and translate it using Meta, that we all know and love, using the translation mechanisms we already have. So yeah, WikiLearn already, today, right now, does everything I mentioned in what would be ideal. Some of you may be furrowing your eyebrows and saying, why not Wikiversity? Don't we have a project like that? We do. I would argue Wikiversity is a poor fit for purpose, for what I just described. It does not answer these ideal criteria. It is, in fact, a good, maybe, space for collaboratively developing textbooks. By the way, those of you who have maybe done some academic teaching know that it's not so easy to agree with other academics on what a textbook should look like. So most textbooks are actually written by one author, or one author and their own grad students. But it doesn't lend itself very well to the wiki model of patchwork and building on top of each other's work. So arguably, it's a good place for authoring textbooks, but it is not a learning environment. Wikiversity doesn't have any affordances for the learner experience. For example, it doesn't have a concept of enrollment, of a cohort, of a class, for submitting assignments and getting feedback privately, inboxes, threaded discussions, anything that learners would expect these days. And by the way, a lot of people expect them because practically all higher education these days uses some kind of learning management system. Even high schools these days begin to use such systems. So people do expect these features. So that's why not Wikiversity. The follow-up question you haven't asked yet is, well, why don't we build these features into Wikiversity? And the short answer is, A, that's above my pay grade to decide. B, we are right now able to use Open edX that has all these features, or we could spend 3 or 4 years trying to build those features into Wikiversity, which was never designed to do that, make all the new mistakes along the way that edX is already done making and fixed. It just doesn't make sense to delay the solution by this much time. So that's my answer. But, plug, see also tomorrow the session on sister projects, the past, present, and glorious future. What does that mean? I don't know. Go and find out. So that's if you are really passionate about an answer about Wikiversity. But let's look at actual WikiLearn. First of all, WikiLearn is available for you right now at learn.wiki. Confusingly, WikiLearn, but learn.wiki, because that's how domains work. Learn.wiki, and this is what the list of courses that are available to you might look like. You can see here on this screenshot that already the courses are not just in English. You can author courses. I mean, unlike Meta, for example, which sort of assumes everything gets authored in English and then translated into other languages. Right? English is the source of all content. We do not make that assumption on Wikilearn. You can author courses in any language, for example, in Swedish here, right? Skriv på Wikipedia. Or you could take a course that exists, like Assess Your Digital Security Risks. That's a course that exists that was authored by the Human Rights team at the Wikimedia Foundation, and translate that into another language. For example, the Arabic here is a translation of the course about digital security. So it wasn't authored in Arabic, was translated into Arabic. So this is what you can see at learn.wiki/courses. If you pick one of the courses, in this case, let's take the example of partnership building, a course from the Wikimedia Foundation that I taught. You click on it, you get this interface that's like most LMS interfaces if you've ever run through an online course like that. You have sections and units, and inside a unit, you might encounter a video with that guy. The video has subtitles so that you can follow along. As we would expect from sophisticated modern people like you, you can change the speed so that this guy speaks a little faster, and you can translate these subtitles, as I mentioned. In addition to the text and video content, you can have exercises like these multiple choice questions, right, to test comprehension of the material. Questions like these can be computer graded, of course, because a computer can know what is the correct answer, which means we can have a course with 1,000 learners, no problem, because the computer will be grading the homework. You could also have, and some courses may require, open response assignments, which are perhaps more like things you encountered in university, where you have to upload, a document or a presentation that you made, and that's your homework. For example, this actual exercise from the partnership building course is design a mission statement. And you have to actually upload text that you wrote that is your mission statement. Submit a text with your group's name, your proposed mission statement, and why you chose to make that the mission statement. And in return, you actually get a human staff assessment, right? The instructor of the course, I have removed some details here, but this is an actual exercise that was submitted to me in the partnership building course, and the actual feedback that I gave, right? Yes, it could use another edit to find a better flow, but you've clearly put thought into this and hit the elements of a good mission statement, for example, right? So you can give personalized, private feedback from the instructor to the learner. Nobody else sees that. Nobody else on the course, nobody else ever. It's not a wiki. You can't look at it on recent changes. It's a platform that allows a private learning experience. I mentioned that courses can be translated. You can already see what has been sort of enabled for translation. If your favorite course or favorite language do not appear here, but you want to start translating one of the already existing courses into your language, write to me and I will enable it. Right now, that's the process. We don't have a kind of request button. But I'm very glad to accommodate you. You can see that some of these courses haven't been translated yet, and some of them are in progress. 55% of the introduction to Wikilearn into Kannada, a language of India, for those who haven't encountered that, and some of them have been completed. So all of this already exists and is waiting for you to use it. Looking ahead, things that we still need to figure out in order to benefit from this platform. The governance of this platform. Because eventually, like I said, we want people to contribute courses. Most of the courses already on the platform were written either by the Wikimedia Foundation staff, people like me, or by trusted affiliates, right? People we know and trust, and we let them author their own courses, like the Swedish course there that you saw, which was authored by Wikimedia Sweden. But of course, that is not really the Wiki way. The Wiki way is to trust all of you. We want everyone to start developing content on the Wiki, but with trust, we need to have tools, as we know from the Wiki, right? We need abuse control tools. We need ways to block people who would be disruptive, who would try to use spam, etc. And considering that it isn't a Wiki, it doesn't come out of the box with everything we know and love, you know, revision histories, block buttons, range blocks, and stuff like that. We need to figure out what do we, you know, add to it, on the assumption that we probably don't want to re-implement the entire MediaWiki on the Wikilearn platform, right? So how do we get everything we need and not no more? We definitely need some kind of blocking system. We definitely need a way to appoint admins that aren't me, right, that aren't Wikimedia staff, because I cannot possibly monitor content in Serbian or Vietnamese, right? So we need trusted volunteers to be admins on the platform. So again, a lot of the things that we know and have solved on Wiki, we kind of need to resolve for this platform in order to get all the benefits of this platform. Since we haven't solved them yet, right now, I am the admin of this platform, and I'm happy to give access to people I know and trust, but obviously that's not how we want to keep it. We need to have a public, and we will be having in the coming months, a public on-wiki conversation about how do we together design a governance model for Wikilearn, and then we would need some time to actually implement that in the free software, so that we would have a block function, because you know the software right now assumes that you are some kind of university and you know what you know who you want to have access and who you don't want to have access, and that's not good enough for us. We need a way to devolve power to volunteer admins, but also take it away if necessary, etc., etc. So that's a conversation we're going to have. Another conversation we're going to have is how do we at the same time make it a wiki-like thing where people build things and they're half done and they're half complete, and some things get abandoned on the one hand. And on the other hand, a learner coming to the platform should not have to wade through mountains of crap to find high-quality courses. Remember, I promised high-quality structured materials, right? So obviously we want both to exist. At the same time, allow things to build gradually, allow people to experiment, including to make some low-quality materials. But then how do we make the distinction? Is there some kind of like approval or review state? Obviously not just by me, by who? Do we have a review committee? Do we have quality standards? Do we have featured course, like featured article? These are open questions and I don't have answers deliberately. I want to have that conversation with the community, but obviously we need to figure that out somehow so that we can provide a good learner experience for learners who aren't interested in seeing half-built courses or terrible courses. So that's another question for the governance conversation. And the third question for this conversation is about scope. What do we include? What do we host? What do we accept on Wikilearn? What materials do we accept? Introduction to partnership building, that's pretty relevant for Wikimedians, right? Introduction to public speaking, digital safety, these are all potentially useful things for Wikimedians. What about advanced differential equations? Is that something Wikimedians need in their Wikimedia work? I hope not. You know, so do we host a course on advanced differential equations just on the basis of, hey, we're sharing free knowledge. Why not free knowledge about differential equations? I mean, Wikiversity would host such content. Should Wikilearn host such content and just become like a competitor to Coursera? Is that something we want to build? That's a question, again, that I would like to discuss with the community. My interim answer right now is, right now we are including anything and everything potentially useful for Wikimedians in their work. If one of you tells me, yes, I use differential equations in my Wikimedia work, I guess it's welcome. But at the moment, we're accepting, you know, materials that are conceivably things that a Wikimedian would want to train on or learn to do their work. That's still a very wide range of topics. But again, we will eventually have to draw the line, because eventually people will be challenging us, right? We'll say, well, I want to do a course on snails. Where's that guy who really loves snails? Is he in the room? I gave that as a very random example in a talk yesterday. I said, some people are really into snails. And the guy was like, I am. And everybody was like, what? Yeah, these people exist. So eventually, you know, we would have to make that decision. Do we accept this material, high quality though it may be, or do we say, no, you know what, that's for other learning sites? Question. All right. As warm-up, and since I do want to hear from you, warm-up for this question, what topics would you be interested to take a course on? What would you wish was available today on Wikilearn in your language? Please feel free to go to the microphones and offer some answers. And as you think about that, the second question is, what topics would you be interested in teaching and developing curriculum for? I want answers to either or both of those questions. Yes, please.
Tamsin Brasher, Dr. Thneed on Wiki from New Zealand. I would be interested in courses on training to be a trainer. So in New Zealand, I've learned Wikidata hodgepodge from all the materials online. I've watched lots of your videos and many other people's. But now within New Zealand, I get asked to teach Wikidata, and I'm not good at it. It's hard. It's really hard to teach Wikidata, and I don't want to keep making the same mistakes or just keep making different mistakes every time. I want to be trained in that, and I don't know how to access that training right now.
Okay, thank you. To clarify, are you talking about kind of general pedagogy, like how to teach, or more specific, how to teach Wikidata? Right, right, thank you. Any other answers to either of those two questions? I'm really very interested to hear. Yes. You can go to the other microphone. Ivana, you can go to the other microphone. Yeah. Yes, please, please.
Is one working? Hello? Oh, yes. Hey, James Gaunt, Wikimedia Australia. You showed my screenshot of my homework before.
That's true. I anonymized it. You outed yourself.
Yeah, may as well. Yeah, I guess Wikimedia Australia would be keen to kind of use this to do the dashboard training, but have it on here because people are coming to us saying, well, we want a certificate, we want a micro-credential, and we've been trying to figure out how to do that. And this morning I got my micro-credential for the course that I did, and I kind of was like, oh, I'm going to sit in on this and find out. So yeah, we'd like to do intro to Wikipedia, intro to Wikidata, and then be able to give people something that they can display and have it linked back to us.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I completely forgot to mention in the ideal solution that it would give certificates and badges. Well, it does, it should, and it does. Wikilearn does give certificates and badges. The mechanism just now is a little bit spotty, which is why you only got it the other day. But we're fixing it. The platform can issue both kind of nice fancy certificates that you can frame and put on your wall, and also sort of badges in the Internet Open Badges standard, which you can then display in your Mozilla backpack or any other Open Badges compliant thing. So you can, other people can kind of look at your badges and click a link, and then they verify, yes, indeed, this person has completed this course on Wikilearn, right? So it's not just a graphic that you show, but people can really verify that you took that course. So that is a feature that's available, and I'm glad to hear that Wikimedia Australia, for example, finds it's going to be useful in your work. Yes?
Sorry. So my suggestion would be also to provide some resources for chapters that they don't have those resources. For example, for us would be useful web or graphic design or visual identity. So this is something that we want to invest in, but we don't have dedicated staff to do it, so we all do it. So a lot of those content, I know it's not like wiki related, but it's really useful for the visibility of our work.
You're saying this as a potential topic for a course?
Yeah.
Like an
first question.
Yeah, like graphic design, how to use certain graphic software, how to make scalable vector graphic logos.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I assume that a lot of chapters, or not chapters, but maybe user groups that don't have the resources, for example, to how to start a website, or how to, even soft skills training, such as we all do have at a lot of conferences, but not a lot of user groups are there. Yep. So maybe conflict management or communication techniques, etc. Yeah. I know we do have a lot of
so-called soft skills. Yeah, thank you. Ivana is from Serbia, in case you're wondering what our country is. Yes, thank you. I agree. These are relevant skills. I also want to say we're not interested in kind of reinventing all the wheels, meaning if someone says, well, I would really like to learn the Python programming language, which is super useful and a lot of Wikimedians would be interested, that doesn't mean we need to develop our own introduction to Python course, because there's any number of them out there, and some of them are pretty good and free. So what I do expect Wikilearn might do is package some high quality resources in a wiki contextualized way. For example, we might have a WikiLearn course called, I don't know, Introduction to Bot Programming with Python, where, you know, kind of unit 1 would basically be, go to this free Python course and do units 1, 2, 3, then come back and practice using a wiki API and a wiki example. And here's, you know, do you see what I mean? We don't have to like rewrite all the content. We can definitely point at things and say, yeah, take these units from that course, and here's the wiki context, or here's how you apply this in the wiki world. Ayla. Oh,
Domingo's
sorry.
First.
Go, go, go.
Oh, Domingo.
Don't fight. Ayla.
Okay. So within the African context, but I know it's not confined to Africa, a lot of, as volunteer groups grow to become user groups and then grow, I think it's the expansion of that and how that then evolves into governance issues, processes, work processes, how they organize themselves. And I know it's not specifically a wiki kind of like topic, but it's one of the biggest things that I think groups struggle with. And so we want to develop that kind of idea, and there are multiple, obviously, topics within that. But I think it's also about guidelines from within the Wikimedia world of what is a good community organization or structure and what isn't. Like in some cases it becomes, some become like very gatekeeping of their spaces and their communities, and I don't know if this WikiLearn is the place for that, but it could be a way of kind of how to develop your community without, within the kind of like the larger thing for future strength or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. I would say yes, definitely WikiLearn can and should be a home for that. Like the example of partnership building, right? Partnership building is a well understood thing. You can take courses on that in any business school, but our course on partnership building is entirely based on wiki examples, wiki contexts, and the exercises are to do with the wiki world. And that, I think, gives it additional value. So I totally expect governance practices, conflict resolution practices to be relevant materials for WikiLearn. Thank you. Dumisani.
Yes. So for me, it's two courses I would like to see. As an organizer, a technical preparation for hosting an event, including how do I cater for the account creation restrictions that I'm going to encounter.
You just missed the session on that. Yeah.
Really be nice to have something like that I can access at will.
Yeah.
The second one is working with a lot of GLAM partners now in the African continent, is how to do batch uploading in any project.
Right.
It's Commons or it's Wikidata and so on.
Right. Yeah, I would say that example, batch uploading, sounds like, yeah, batch uploading. How do I do it? What button do I push? But batch uploading is, in fact, a whole project with a metadata angle and a technical angle and a community wrangling angle. It's a whole thing. I can easily imagine a multi-course course training people to do batch uploads. And that is, by the way, the reason so few people in the movement can really do the whole gamut of things required to manage a content partnership. Yes, Mike.
Yeah, so things I'd love to learn is Sparkle queries, rather like what you taught just the other day. Data wrangling and cleanup using OpenRefine, particularly. Vector map making in Commons, something that desperately needs a course. And I'd be happy to develop software for teaching Pattypan uploads, for example, with no decent documentation for that tool. Image uploads using OpenRefine to parallel the really good documentation the OpenRefine group have already developed, but in a course form. Image cleanup and editing specifically for some Commons uploads, and to supplement an introduction to Wikisource, for which, again, there's no decent tutorial material.
Right. Did you say about the latter parts that you would be willing to teach those?
Yes, those are ones I'd...
Yes, be prepared for me to follow up on that. Yeah, excellent examples. And yes, to be clear, many of the things that are offered here in this conference, like the session just before me or the Sparkle tutorial I gave yesterday, are and should be on Wikilearn as well. And they only aren't there because we haven't yet put them there. But they absolutely are within scope. And yes, I would expect an excellent Sparkle tutorial to be available on Wikilearn. I mean, there's already, a recording of my Sparkle tutorial as a 2-hour video, but maybe it would be better cut up into digestible 5-minute segments with comprehension questions, etc., like an actual course. Yes, and then you could translate it, etc., etc. Yes. Yes, thank you. You were before? Yes.
Jan from Czech Republic. We've been thinking of developing a trainer academy for our trainers at our chapter. And I think it's great that there's this platform available that we can develop the course or the academy right there.
Yeah.
Maybe it could be useful to
Absolutely,
others as
yeah.
well.
Please be in touch with me. Yes. Last comment, because we're out of time. Last comment.
I think you were waiting before me.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, I'm Gopa. I'm from the Indic Media Wiki Developer User Group. So we mainly focus on the technical areas. So we always find difficulty in bringing the people for our Wikimedia events to encourage the diversity. So is it a good idea to also learn the course on how to bring the diversity in our Wikimedia events?
Yes, I think absolutely. Yeah, I can totally imagine some useful learning modules on the problem of diversity and what might be constructive approaches to increasing or encouraging diversity, what to watch out for to not alienate people and that sort of thing. Absolutely relevant material. So thank you. I will take your question during the break. Okay, catch me during the break, please, because I just want you to go on Wikilearn, take one or more of the available courses, consider translating one of the available courses into your language so that people who don't have English in your community could benefit from these courses. Like I said, if the language isn't available, write to me, write to our team. That's our team email, or my email is just asaf@wikimedia.org. Tell your colleagues about Wikilearn. It is a new project. Most people still haven't heard about it, don't know about it. Tell your communities that this thing exists, is ready, can be used, and stay tuned for that governance conversation we will be starting in a couple of months. Thank you very much for your attention.
ambassador literally said that he would wager his life, that, not wager his life, he says he bets his life, that South Africa was giving munitions to Russia when the Russian ship docked. And yeah, that caused a big difference against it. But yeah, it's a very divisive issue in South Africa, with people associated with a certain faction in the ruling National Party. The African National Party is very supportive of Russia, and then people in the opposition, especially in Cape Town region where I'm from, are generally very supportive of Ukraine, and so it's quite divisive that way. And that's also why I think the ADR was so controversial, because it's like it was so suspicious, and the way the government handled it was so untrustworthy, that it just made the people who either support neutrality or support Ukraine very angry. Whereas the people who supported Russia loved it. In fact, there was one political party which, well, actually it was two. It was the ruling African National Party Congress who said that they wish that they had loaded arms into the ship, but they did not. Whereas the EF, the far left-wing radical party, said that they don't know if we did, but we should have. And then the other party that rules Cape Town, basically, was obviously very critical of it. That it illustrated how we've got a corrupted foreign policy that is disingenuous. So this begs the question, why does the ruling party of South Africa, why might it support Russia but not claim it does? And it is known they're bankrupt, and it's also known that
One. Oh, thank you. Can you reduce the echo? One. Okay. We're at time, no? Let's begin. 5 more minutes. What? One. Okay. Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. Welcome to people in the room and to people joining us online. We're going to begin, so please come in and close the door after you if you can. Thank you. So welcome to the Meet the Boards session. My name is Shani Evenstein-Sigalov. I am the Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees and the Chair of the Community Affairs Committee that is hosting these Meet the Trustees and having open conversations possibly every quarter. And this is our chance this time to do it in person. What a joy to be here with all of you. And we're going to start off this joint session between ourselves and the endowment board for the first time sitting together at the same time. So that's a wonderful opportunity, and welcome all of you. We'll begin with just a bit of an explanation of what boards do in general. We'll then have each board present for 5 minutes what we're doing, and then that's the core of the session. We're going to break down to the 5 tables. I'm going to let the speaker speak first, and then I'm going to explain how the roundtables are going to work. So let's begin, and we'll begin with Raju Narisetti.
Hi everyone, Raju Narisetti. Do we have, is that the clicker? Okay. I'll just give a quick overview because I think we're going to have a little bit more detail from other speakers as well. Very simply put, nonprofits board provides oversight and focus on strategy, which means that we don't focus on the operational details. That's left up to the CEO and the staff. In terms of oversight, there's fiduciary or financial and legal responsibility. Oftentimes it manifests itself in making sure that the accounting and the annual reporting and the budgets of the organization get the oversight from the board. And then we work very closely with the CEO on strategic direction that is aligned with the mission and goals of the organization. So those are the two primary functions of the board. As Shani said, we have two different boards here today represented, the trustees of the Wikimedia Foundation. I'm part of that. And then the endowment board, Phoebe and others are part of that as well. So why don't I have Nat come and talk to you a little bit more in detail about the trustees of the Wikimedia Foundation board. Nat?
Hello, everyone. My name is Natalia Tymkiel, and I'm the chair of the Wikimedia Foundation Board of Trustees. We are doing what usually boards do for any entity. That means that the endowment board, just like us, in general, is responsible for the oversight, providing oversight and strategy to the other now separate entities. The biggest difference between our boards, because we do have a difference, because the goal of the organizations are different. Our board is a governance board, and the endowment board is a fundraising board in particular, because the goal is to fundraise money. That's why even it influences the board composition a lot. Wikimedia Foundation boards, as you can see, our faces on the slide. We do have, by a setup, the representation from the communities, which we do through the selection process. The endowment board does that through the appointment of trustees who formally served on the Wikimedia Foundation board in order to have that connection with communities, but also have the understanding of the governance and on the level of the governance that we need. And practically speaking, Foundation board is apart from providing oversight is, for example, the recent thing that we did was approve annual planning. That's one of the things that boards do, approving annual plan, annual budget for the organization, and figuring out what is going to be the strategy, figuring out what are going to be external threats to what we do and how we can reach it. So have discussion and prepare the organization for changes that may be coming from the outside. And this year we also had a kickoff session for the multi-year strategy planning. We have the strategic direction, we have the strategy recommendations, and we need to work towards them. So we need to root our work in the goals set there. And we are also planning to have the board selection process in 2024 for the board. So that's also us figuring out what kind of talent we need on the board. So more things you are going to hear at the tables. We try to divide them in different topics. So if people are interested in this or that, they might choose a different table. And before I hand over to Phoebe, I would from the endowment board, I would like to introduce each trustee: Lorenzo, Luis, Mike, Raju, whom you have seen, Victoria, Dariusz, Jimmy, and Rosie. And now Phoebe.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to the people who just came in. We will explain the setup with the tables after I'm done speaking again. My name is Phoebe Ayers. I am on the Wikimedia Endowment Board. That is a separate organization from the Wikimedia Foundation. We are a separate 501(c)(3). I am a former Wikimedia Foundation trustee, and that is why I am in this role now, just talking to you. As Nat said, the Wikimedia Endowment has a board that is made up of former Wikimedia community trustees. There are 3 of us here, or 2 of us here, plus Jimmy, who is on both boards, Patricio and myself. There are also 6 other members, 6 other members who are not here at Wikimania, who we have a slide for, I believe. The endowment is an organization that is a 501(c)(3). It also refers to the fund of money. So the Wikimedia Endowment is a fund that we have developed to provide long-term support to the Wikimedia projects. We are raising money. And this is a concept that is more common in some parts of the world than in others. But the idea is you raise a large amount of money and then you invest it, and then you use the proceeds from that investment to support your project. Often it's a cultural institution or a university. In this case, we are supporting the Wikimedia projects. That's how it's defined. This is the Board of Trustees for the Wikimedia Endowment. We recently reached our $100 million fundraising goal, which is exciting. It's a big milestone. That is the first goal, right? We will continue. We also recently made our first grants of project funding to the Wikimedia Foundation. So that is for technical projects that were already slated to be worked on, to be developed, including abstract Wikipedia, Wikidata, machine learning, and Kiwix. The idea there is that technology is part of our infrastructure. The Wikimedia Endowment exists to make sure Wikimedia's infrastructure can continue over the long term. I know that there's questions about the setup of the endowment and how it operates. It's a new entity. This board did not exist at the last in-person Wikimania. And we will try and answer your questions. But we're continuing on this path of raising money to provide, again, long-term support for the project, sort of separate from day-to-day operations and separate from ongoing fundraising that happens through the banners. So I'll stop there and turn it back to Shani. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Phoebe and Nat and Raju, for this intro. What we're going to do now is each of you are already sitting, well, some of you are not, but you're welcome to join some of the tables. There should be a slide with the topics. Can we move for it? And we're gonna have, in essence, around 40 minutes. The 10 first minutes, we're gonna all discuss the same thing. At all the tables, it's kind of to help us spark the discussion, and it's how the different boards have been supporting movement strategy and the annual planning in this past year. After 10 minutes, we're going to divide into the actual topics. So you can see the list here. Can I have the raise hand for table number 1 with the finance and human resources? Yay! This is Raju and Rosie from the Board of Trustees, and we have some staff also sitting at every table. So Jaime, and I see Deb and Mayur and Courtney. Hello, so many folks. That's wonderful. Table 2 is for governance. Where are the governance folks? Yes. So Mike and Dariush are here, and no staff yet. There are people here, and I'm not worried. Third table is product and tech. Yes, don't be shy. It's Lorenzo and Luis. And I see there James Forrester and Selena and a few other folks. So you can join them if that's the topic that you're interested in. Number 4, supporting movement strategy. That's Vicky and Nat. Table 4. Table 5 is going to be Gen AI, future audiences, and any other miscellaneous. So any other topic on your mind that is not covered here that you want to ask the board, it's going to be Jimmy and I. And this is also the table that's streaming live for the audience who's joining us online. And the 6th and last, but certainly not least, the endowment board is going to be at table 6 with Patricio and Phoebe. And we're going to begin with 15 minutes, and then we'll ping you so you can rotate if you want to switch to a different topic. that will be your mark to leave the table and to move to another table if you want. You don't have to, but that's a possibility. Let's do that, and let's begin the conversation, and we'll rejoin for a few minutes at the end of it. So walk away, people. I know, it's so difficult. Oh, I forgot to mention, every table has a menu of list of questions that you can use if you don't know what you want to ask. You can use the menu on the tables.
Not be hurt here. Okay, great. We're not. The microphone doesn't change anything in the room. It's for the people on over there. Yeah. Right. Hello, online people. I think this is working. Well, this is only for the online people. It doesn't change anything inside the room. So, hello. So, because this doesn't do anything in the room, we're going to have to remember to have it around. So, yes, come and sit here. Talking stick, yes. I feel like I hear it somehow in the room. Right, okay. Then what I'm hearing is actually just an echo or something, or just psychosomatic from holding a microphone. I think I hear something. They hear me. Okay, great. So this is the generative AI and future audiences, but we're supposed to spend 10 minutes first on broader things. I'm going to let you lead that.
Hi, everyone online and here in our table, sort of virtual round-ish table. Welcome. Let's begin with discussing for a minute how this board has been supporting movement strategy and the annual planning. And I'm, for a reason, pausing because I'm curious to know if you have any questions on that. Do you even know what that means? I mean, not you. You, I know. Not looking at you, but yeah. So what does that mean? So, Jimmy, do you want to take that one?
No, I don't have any opinions about that.
It's
I want
not
to hear
about
from
opinions. It's about, he's asked us the question of what does the annual planning meaning?
Yes.
And how do we as a board support it?
I don't know how. I really don't understand the question. So, I mean, we are not directly involved on a day-to-day basis with the annual planning. So we receive the recommendation, we chew through it, and so forth. We approve things. But I think it's really important in general that the detailed planning is just as like the long-term movement strategy and so forth. That is collaborative process through the whole movement. It's not top-down from the board. And similarly with annual planning, I mean, a lot of annual planning really depends on staff resources, staff time, and so forth. So the things that the Wikimedia Foundation is going to do over the course of a year is not something that the board gets directly involved with. So how do we support that? Partly by just getting out of the way and listening and so forth and voting to approve and cheering people on.
I can maybe add to what
Yes.
Jimmy is saying, maybe stressing that, well, the whole movement went through a process of movement strategy, as many of you know and participated in. I think what some of the changes that we've seen after that is that as Mariana Iskander joined the foundation and became our CEO, there was a shift that she made in her approach to the annual planning of the Wikimedia Foundation and wanting to tie it more closely to movement strategy. That was a moment in time that was important because before things happened in a more dispersed way. So it was an important move to kind of tie in together different portions of our movement towards this one thing that we all agreed upon. So she did that and she improved on it, and every year we iterate on that process of how we get to the annual planning, which is a huge task. There are people much more, as Jimmy said, staff members that are here that are much more informed in and can tell you much more about how exactly they're doing it. But in essence, it means where is the Wikimedia Foundation as an organization directing its efforts? Where does the resources go? How do we divide it? How do we disperse it in an equitable way to the full movement, and making sure that we are doing whatever needs to be done to get to our goals of 2030. And in terms of where the board comes in, the board, as Jimmy said, is not operational, right? We deal with strategy. So it's about supporting the CEO and supporting staff in doing their thing and giving guidance, giving direction of where do we think we need to take the organization and the rest of the movement to reach these goals. So I hope I answered. Okay. Did 10 minutes pass? What? Awesome. So do we have any other questions? Yes, please.
My name is Obi Ezilo from Nigeria. I want to find out what's your idea around the popular AI generated information that is going around, because from my own understanding of wiki principles and guidelines, whatever you're going to put into wiki has to be reliable. It has to have a kind of references. But the AI we're using today, I have tried to use it, though I don't understand it 100%. I've used it and it doesn't give me any reference, so I don't know how to trust it. I don't know how to go about it.
Yeah, and even worse, it often, if you ask it for a reference, it makes one up out of thin air, and so it's quite bad. So I guess we're moving a little bit now into the generative AI part of the discussion. So I think a lot of people have had the same experience. I mean, when you first saw ChatGPT, I signed up for ChatGPT 4, I pay just to get access, and it's quite exciting because you think, oh wow, it's amazing at generating very plausible text, but then when you really dig in, it's really not very good, but it just seems to be good, or it pretends to be good. So I think, our best defense against bad information is really classic Wikipedian principles, like where's your source? Are you writing correct information? But also, whoever puts it in is responsible for that. In other words, if you're putting in bad information into Wikipedia with made-up sources that you made up as a human, you'll get banned. If you copy it in from ChatGPT, you'll get banned. And that's really important, and we should really say this is our first line of defense. But also, I'm more interested in thinking about how can these tools be used in a useful way, in a positive way, to help us. And for this, I have a few ideas, but one of the biggest things that's happened in this area because of large language models supporting machine translation. Machine translation has gotten much, much better. It still isn't perfect, but it's much better than it used to be. And again, the same old principles. If you just start copying in Google Translate material and it doesn't make any sense and it has errors, that's not good. Like, you shouldn't do that. But to the extent that the tools are getting better, it becomes more possible for community members to use it for translation. And then I'm interested in, there's a lot of work going on at the foundation, exploring ideas and testing, and there's so much work going on. I'm not even the right person to talk about it. But I'm interested in thinking in the longer term, like, can we have a system where you feed in a Wikipedia entry and you feed in all the sources and you ask, what are some statements in the article that are not supported by the sources? Or what are some statements in the sources that have more than one source that probably should be in the article? And not for the machine to actually make those edits, because I still think that's not going to be good enough. But even if you can imagine a tool like that, if it were 70% accurate, it'd be fun to go through and say, oh, okay, like here's a statement that's in the sources that probably should be in Wikipedia, and I'll edit that in, and I've got the sources handy. So those are the kinds of like productivity enhancements that I think could be quite good. But who knows? Like that doesn't exist yet. What I just described seems just about ready to be created, but we're not there yet.
And I'll attempt to tie what Jimmy was talking about to what the board is actually doing. So, in essence, we're living, all of us, in a really exciting time, right? The world is changing. It's yet another revolution or evolution, call it whatever you want, that we can see during our lives. I mean, some of us are old enough to have seen, first of all, Web 2 erupt and the social media and all of that, and then cell phones affecting our world. So this is not the first time we've seen a technological revolution. This is another one, and it's really disruptive, and it's enchanting, and it's exciting, but it's also really scary, and there are so many questions about it. And I think as a board, we're trying to be thoughtful and forward-looking. And this ties directly to annual planning, because part of the annual plan is there's a chunk called, in this annual plan, called future audiences, right? Like we are trying to bring free knowledge to everyone in the world. That's our general goal, but we need to be more specific. So more specifically, we want to get to specific places in the world where, let's say, there hasn't been internet, let's say, and they haven't been engaged, and they're just now coming online. We know that only 60% of humanity is even connected to the internet. So what about the 40%? It's now exponentially happening, right? Like people are coming online faster and faster, and in a few years, everyone will be online. But these are the projections that I've heard. Not in the same places, certainly not in the same places. And how do we address this as a movement and as an organization? How do we make sure that we meet these new users that are coming in and helping them find their way through the internet and to our projects? And it's becoming more and more complex. So the board is trying to be strategically thinking about these topics and supporting our staff in various ways, in experimenting, in trying new things. Sometimes we fail, which is absolutely fine. You have to try and fail in order to progress. And parts of it is working with the community to actually facilitate changes on a global level. So for us, some of it is actually saying, yes, this is a priority. Go for it. This is important enough for us to invest resources and just go for it and supporting it in every way we can.
As you're speaking now.
15 minutes?
And
sorry, 10, 15, 15. We're at 10 now? Awesome. We have more time. Can I, before you continue, can I just invite the people online to write us in the chat if they have questions or they have comments, so we can include you in the conversation? And thank you, Margot, for helping us. Please.
So as we were talking, an idea occurred to me now. Why don't the foundation, create a new type of AI that has all those policies and guidelines that they've introduced, they've taught us, we've grown to know, because you can't stop this generation using this AI. It is a very sweet tool, very fast. And most people like us are lazy to to sit and read and write and try to see if it is correct. So why don't the foundation build devise a means, an alternative to what is now trying to destroy what we have built?
So, yeah.
Laziness is the mother of all invention. So I would say us being lazy is good, because we can then experiment and innovate and find new ways to do what we did. Jimmy, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the question of how deeply should the Wikimedia Foundation invest in things like creating our own large language models and so forth is a tough question. One of the things we know is that OpenAI is incredibly well funded. They just received $10 billion from Microsoft. They're spending a huge amount of money. Google is investing huge amounts of money. Many other players are really active. And to build something like ChatGPT from scratch, we can't afford it. Like, it's just not possible. We're not the right organization. We're not likely to be able to innovate, to hire the top scientists in numbers of hundreds or thousands. And so, in part, because we're a small nonprofit organization, ultimately, we do have to kind of monitor what's going on and think about what are some aspects of this technology which we can use. Even the question of not hallucinating, not making things up from scratch and so forth, even those big players, I've talked to people at Google, at OpenAI, they really are eager to solve the problem, but it's actually a very hard problem because the way the large language models work, they don't really understand anything. It's a probabilistic guessing the next word. And so while it seems to us as humans, it's like, why don't you just not make up sources and why don't you just tell me where you got that from? It's actually quite hard from a technical point of view. And we're not likely to be the people who will solve that. At the same time, it is such a huge breakthrough that we do need to think about how does it impact us, how can we use it? And then we go back to a lot of the classic questions around vendor lock-in and becoming dependent on sort of proprietary software and proprietary organizations, and what is the state of play with open source AI models, and what could we actually create that might be specialized models, very specific to our needs. Those are the kinds of things that I do think we should explore, even though we probably have to be very thoughtful about our investment. So imagine I'm making this up as we talk, but an AI that can scan an article and say, oh, this statement needs to have a source, and then it goes out to Google and it loads up 10 pages of Google results. It rates them for quality and it finds the thing and it says, oh, this might be a good source. That sounds possible. How much would it cost to create a model like that from scratch? I don't know, but I hope that the foundation will invest in thinking about that and sort of exploring, could we do that in an open source way? I think from a strategic perspective, the important thing around generative AI is that we all stay mindful and aware and interested in trying to say, what could we do here? Even though we probably can't build an amazing AI that we can all just retire and say, well, we did Wikipedia as long as humans could, but we'll hand it off to the machines now. I don't think that's anytime close.
I mean, that's part of the perks of having Jimmy on the board is us being he can just talk to these people, right? So but now seriously, building on what Jimmy said, I think one of the things that we've seen the foundation do quite well is build partnerships, even when it's, complex, because these are for-profit companies, but we have, again, a history of doing that. We've collaborated with Google when that wasn't so cool because they're a for-profit company, and we found the common grounds, right? So our community already knows how to do it, and now we're collaborating with OpenAI, which I've been saying, any connection between openness and that company is questionable. They're a for-profit company, right? And they have their own agenda, and that's okay, but we're collaborating. We've created, our staff created a plugin for ChatGPT that can use Wikipedia to give us results, so the results are curated from a more reliable source. And that's just one example. To me, the challenge is striking the balance, right? Finding the right path, because as Jimmy said, we don't have unlimited resources. We're a nonprofit, and all these changes and experimentation and investment in technology, while very important, they have limitations. So we have to be very strategic and wise in choosing what we experiment with, checking that the impact is right, checking that we're serving the right communities at the right time, and that's complex. And this is I would say that's part of the big effort that we're doing in collaboration with staff, and by the way, in collaboration with the community as well. At least that's what we strive to do. That's a good thing to strive for. And I just want to invite the people in the circle that haven't said anything just yet to participate. So, wondering if you have any questions for us.
Sure.
Yeah.
We talked about generative AI in terms of capabilities. Sorry, I'm Chantal. I'm from the Wikimedia Foundation. When I think about future audiences, I think about younger people and how they're accessing content right now. I think about my own usage of the internet, and I'm either going to ChatGPT and asking it direct questions so I get a quick answer, or I'm going to Instagram and looking up people who I trust and follow. And while Wikipedia is in my own usage of the internet, it's probably becoming less and less so as these other platforms come about. There's threats to our revenue model in terms of that happening. There's threats to just the credibility of the brand and the understanding of how Wikipedia is being used to feed all of this kind of content. So I'm just wondering how the board, what kind of discussions you had around that?
I think these are excellent questions, first of all. This is at the core of some of the issues that we all have, and these are not easy questions to tackle, for sure. It's also not completely new. Like we've predicted these issues with revenue streams a while back. Thankfully, we have a really talented advancement team that has been working on solutions and on finding additional, like diversifying our revenue stream portfolio, which has been extremely helpful. But we've been becoming more and more aware of the fact that our content is being used by third parties, first of all, and not always accredited. I think you've all seen the sound logo. This was just one tiny effort to to create more awareness of our brand in these new markets, new emerging, and finding again people where they are. And I think that's a question we don't have a definite one answer to. It's going to be a continuous effort of all of us to kind of continue experiment and finding new ways to engage, especially, I would say, with younger generations. And I mean, I can tell you as just a volunteer in the movement, let alone as a trustee, but as a volunteer, I've been extremely frustrated that we don't have more media, right? Like, why? Like, we need to, so there are some big issues that we need to tackle, not just as an organization, but rather as a movement. And we have to have these conversations globally, which sometimes is tough. We're dispersed, we're multilingual. These are like, we have our issues as a movement, but also we have such an amazing pool of really, it moves me every time, the amount of amazing people that we keep seeing in so many places and so many communities. So I would argue, and I have actually academically as well, like I'm an educator and a researcher, and I've been interested in this topic specifically, and my interest is specifically in technology and learning and how we consume and produce information in general. And I would argue, which I've done this morning as well in the panel on Gen AI, that Wikimedians are probably the most suited to, in a sense, educate the public about this, what's happening. I think there's a new literacy that is emerging for the general audience, unrelated to what we're doing in the Wikiverse. Just learning how to interact with these tools in a critical way, in a smart way. There's a learning curve, it takes time, and who else best suited to kind of explain why you can't trust just ChatGPT? Because, and you, like, to me, it only enhances why what we're doing is so important and will continue to be important, especially as we, as a community, are fighting fake news, misinformation, disinformation, missing information that these machines don't know because they take Wikipedia as one of their sources. Like, our work is the backbone or the infrastructure that is used for LLMs. So I think what we do is extremely important. I don't think we'll ever, at least not in the foreseeable future that I can think of, stop like being relevant in that sense that we need someone that is not a for-profit company to continue curate information and make sure that the information is accessible for free for the world. So I think we still have a lot of work to do. Jimmy?
Yeah, I'm going to answer in a completely different way, completely different avenue. And this doesn't really answer the question. It's more of an acknowledgement of the question. So I am a programmer, but I'm not a very good programmer. I'm a hobbyist programmer. I don't have enough time, but from time to time I try to learn new things and I program a bit. And like most programmers, but especially bad programmers like me, I start in and I get an error message and I don't understand the error message, so I Google the error message and I end up on Stack Overflow. And on Stack Overflow, there's a great community and they answer, and sometimes you have to go through 5 different posts before you find the answer, and then you move forward. I've almost completely stopped using Stack Overflow, because now when I get the error message, I go to ChatGPT 4 with the code interpreter plugin, and I ask my question, and I get generally a very good answer, very clear, it puts me back on track, it even suggests alternative code for me. And so when we think about disintermediation, you think about, well, we used to be useful, but now we're not. Stack Overflow is really struggling with this a lot, and they are really, they're starting to ban answers that come from ChatGPT, although how do you do that? You can see they've got a real problem on their hands, because for a specific domain, getting an answer to a current programming challenge that's in your face, it's really good, and it's much better than the old way of doing it. Now, that hasn't happened to us yet, because if you have a general thing you want to learn about, it's still much better to go to Wikipedia, long article, and you read and you understand something. I came here, I was curious about the history of Singapore, so I went article on Singapore and I read it and it was very good. And ChatGPT can't beat that. In fact, ChatGPT is probably worse because it's going to make things up out of thin air. But I do think the example is an example of, okay, here's a great website and a great community that's been massively sort of disrupted. We shouldn't be too complacent that might happen to us. I'm not that worried about it in the short run. So this is why I'm saying I'm not really answering your question. I'm acknowledging the question. I don't think it's about to happen to us, but I think it's one of those sort of long tail scenarios that we should all kind of be thinking about. And I don't know the answer.
I mean, now you have me thinking about the opportunities for using a large language model for, like, why your edit might not be accepted, like error messages on Wikipedia. That's neither here nor there. I wanted to think a little bit about your question, because that's really sort of like fundamental to the way that we set up the future audiences like bucket in work.
Can you just introduce yourself?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Hi, I'm Amanda Bittaker. I lead program management for the product and technology department at the Wikimedia Foundation. And so the intention in setting up this future audiences work this year is that it is meant to be very experimental, because like the environment is evolving so rapidly and it's cutting edge in like even
that's the main thing that I work with for Visual Editor is the citations.
I'm going to have to, that might finally convince me to use Visual Editor.
That's the main, that was the main motivation for me. Otherwise, I'm switching to source code, but never mind.
Yeah.
That's too weird, wiki talk. Okay. I want to see if we have questions online, but Margot just disappeared, so let's continue here. And we have a few new folks joining us to the circle. Any questions that you want to pose? Any comments? Andy, go ahead, please.
You did say this was for any other issues as well as the listed
Can't
ones.
hear you.
You did say this was for any other issues as well as the listed ones. And I have something very specific. In 2020,
Yeah.
an issue arose during a discussion on Commons about what was then called OTRS. Sorry, I'm a bit hoarse. In 2020, an issue arose during discussions on Commons about what was then called OTRS and is now VRTS, the Volunteer Response Team. And for those of you who don't know, these are the people who handle two kinds of queries. They handle contacts from well-known people and celebrities and the like who have Wikipedia articles about them and may want to verify some information or prove that some information in Wikipedia isn't actually true or whatever it is. And they handle verification that people who are providing media on behalf of a company, for instance, or that's previously been published is legitimately released under an open license. And the questions, the discussion was about a member of OTRS who was not accepting some images that had been provided in good faith because they thought they were out of scope because they were for use on Wikidata. And we argued that they were in scope. The specifics are not what I wanted to talk about. The issue that arose is nobody seems to know how that team is given oversight. And I came up with a list of 10 questions, which, who's in charge of this? What are their policies? How can we get their policies changed if we want to? How do we deal with a member of the team who's not behaving properly? How do we find out who's in charge of it? In not so many words. And to my surprise, after 3 years, we still haven't got answers to that set of questions. So I don't expect you to know the answers to them right here and now. But what I would like the board to undertake to do is to either find the answers to those questions or to task somebody in the foundation with finding the answers to those questions and to publish the answers on a wiki somewhere.
I mean, I think we can take that on board, but obviously it's not a board issue per se, but I'll ask Mariana who I should ask, because I think it's a great question. I don't know. I mean, if you ask me who's in charge of OTRS, except it's not called that anymore, I actually don't know. I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm not sure anybody does.
I can provide you later with a link to a list of the questions.
Yeah, let's talk. Yeah, very good.
Of course. So I'm Richard, user Nosebag Bear, mainly on English Wiki. Jimmy, earlier you mentioned the issue of disintermediation that was already happening to Stack Overflow, and to some degree it's been happening to us for quite a while now. The big example being, of course, Google giving you the answer on the side when you look it up, rather than actually needing to click through to Wikipedia. That affects two main areas. One is when we are in fundraising season. If fewer people come to the sites, then obviously they don't see banners, and there are methods in place being worked on to fix that. The other is that we don't get new people just coming to the site who then move into being editors, as most of our editors come from the group who are users. Are there steps, sort of thoughts on how we can mitigate and hopefully overcome the decrease in users we're getting, therefore affecting new editor supplies?
So a couple things I'll say there. So first of all, at least as far as Google goes, I call it the how old is Tom Cruise problem. Because 15 years ago, if you ask how old is Tom Cruise, Google had no idea. They just put Wikipedia as the first link. Now they know exactly, but they also cite Wikipedia, and Wikipedia is the first link, and Wikipedia is over in the knowledge graph on the side. And so I am told, I'm not in a position to look at the numbers, that our traffic has not been negatively affected by that. That actually people do click through, and anyway, they know the information's from us and so on. But it's still a concern. I think the other thing would be Alexa, Siri, OK Google, where The information is coming from us. Sometimes we're credited. Apparently, Alexa has started saying, according to Wikipedia, which is nice. Alexa used to just read you the first 2 sentences and not tell you where it came from, but I think that's improved. But again, if I'm asking Alexa, or by the way, another element of this is that we know that revenue per page is much lower on mobile than on desktop. It just is. And that's not about the changing nature of how people are getting information, other than that they're using a mobile rather than the desktop. So all of those things have impacted us and will continue to impact us. And then we have this new thing, which is the generative AI, where people may just go ask ChatGPT or ask Bard or whatever, instead of coming to us and visiting the website. I don't think there's necessarily any really good answers to that, except a few of the things that I think will help. I think, for example, the internal site search at Wikipedia is pretty basic. It works perfectly well. You're interested in Singapore, you type Singapore, you get the article Singapore. But you can't go to our search box and ask a question and get an answer. Like if you go and you type, how old is Tom Cruise, you get probably the link to Tom Cruise and you click and you do it. Whereas now with large language models, an internal one where it only reads from Wikipedia, we actually, you can at least see the path towards having a search box that's a long sentence and you can ask a question and get an answer. And that could attract traffic and sort of basically meet that demand in a new way. But other than that, I think it's really important, for example, for our annual fundraiser, the email campaign component is really important, and we need to stay focused on that, because those are people who love Wikipedia, they support Wikipedia, they know that the knowledge comes from Wikipedia, but they may not actually visit and see a banner. So that's really important. But I think this is exactly the kind of question that the board is focused on, that the broader movement is focused on, to really think about how do we navigate a changing environment. And I don't have any simple answers, but I think there are directionally answers to that.
I don't have any, I'm not going to continue what Jimmy was saying in any case, shape or form, but maybe a good moment to mention that is connected to what Jimmy was saying. Currently, it's only Wikipedia, or mostly Wikipedia. We've mentioned it this morning, but I'll restate that again because I think it's highly important. We've invested in the past decade in Wikidata and now in Wikifunctions that is finally launched. It's an important move in terms of the ecosystem of free knowledge. We have over 105 million items on Wikidata these days, probably plus minus. These are machine readable, but LLMs are not trained on it. So there's a huge chunk of free open knowledge, structured, machine readable, that is currently not untapped, right? So I think one of the issues that we'll have to figure out, and it's not just necessarily us, but the ecosystem of linked open data, semantic web, that realm on the internet, we'll have to figure out how these two come together and converge so we can actually tap into much more knowledge that is currently unavailable on Wikipedia, but is available on other platforms that we've created. So I think that's another challenge that we have in that regard. And I want to pause and see, Margot, do we have questions online? Online participants, wake up. It's noon here at Singapore, but yeah, you're welcome to join the conversation.
As a side note on Wikidata, I heard an idea earlier today. Maybe somebody said something about using maybe ChatGPT or something to create Sparkle queries, and I'm very excited about that because I've tried really hard. Like I mentioned, I'm a programmer, but not a very good one, and the Sparkle query language is beyond my capacity to. I've tried, and I just can't understand it at all. Yeah. And the idea of having a natural language interface into Wikidata is huge. Like even for ordinary programmers who want to use that as a data source for any kind of project they want to make, it's really hard. And just giving them a way of creating a Sparkle, amazing, yeah.
So this is like you. Well, I have to comment just because I just finished. Sorry to share such a personal thing, but I just completed my PhD on Wikidata. So this was a 5.5-year journey enabled by this community.
5 years of it was learning Sparkle query language.
Never mastered it. It was never the point. But especially because I got a chance to spend so much time with the community around the world and understanding this platform as a learning platform, which is what interests me, how we can use it for learning on in a much wider context. I can say that Sparkle is known to be one of the thresholds that have been a barrier for many people to adopt Wikidata in the first place. So when I realized that I can actually divert my students to ChatGPT, I still teach them the basics, just like I teach them source code, because I want them to be able to understand and not be afraid when they click on source code and be able to copy something and understand and tweak it to their heart's content. And the same goes with ChatGPT and Sparkle. I want them to get the basics so they can tweak things, but they don't have to know it or to know people in the community. I'll never forget one of the interviewees that I interviewed said, it's like a cabal. You need to kind of know the people, the exact group of people, to know the exact tools that are happening. It's so complex, and it shouldn't be, right? We need to simplify it. So I think using ChatGPT as a general name to generative AI, to have as an interface, to make it easier for people to interact with our platforms is absolutely something that I'm looking forward to see happening, either by the foundation or by simply community members who have a huge history of creating tools overnight. I'm hoping it's the foundation, actually, personally, just because I want it in a more sustainable way, but it's the fact that I want it doesn't mean it's going to happen. I mean, there's just so much happening and so much things to consider that it's not always the case that we can do everything that we want to do, and that's just the reality. Any other questions? Yes.
I'm Jonathan. I'm the Director of Engineering for Wikimedia Deutschland. I oversee Wikidata. I agree. I have no idea how to program in Sparkle. I'm such a bad programmer that I'm a data scientist by trade. I was going to say, actually, at this hackathon, it was proposed that we do that the community works on a Sparkle generator through large language models, and Lydia Pinchur and I meet regularly to talk about the advance of Wikidata and machine learning. In particular about starting as early as February of this year. I started a year ago. We discussed how to restructure the output of Wikidata so that it's more accessible for machine learning, at least for training, but also for ready access, because you can do validation systems as well. One of the directions I'm hoping, personally, it's like my side project on my own time, is using Wikidata to invalidate disinformation. If something is, there's a database of disinformation, I want to say to ask Wikidata, is this true? Can you validate this or not? And so it's difficult to access it because you can't readily access thousands of qualifying articles at the same time for this purpose. Yeah. But we are indeed trying on that direction. I'm not just, I completely agree with your conversation, and I'd love to read your PhD, by the way. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'll just briefly comment that, first of all, that makes my heart sing. Honestly, I'm so happy to hear that you're already doing stuff. I should have known, talking about doing stuff, which is the beginning of getting there. So that's really great to know. I'm thinking about how to put it. It's because it's beyond just the output and making it easier, right? Like, why doesn't the plugin, for instance, if it doesn't find the answer, the current plugin for ChatGPT, like what I would imagine needs to happen is that if the plugin looks for something that you asked and it doesn't find an answer on Wikipedia, before it tells you, oh, I'm sorry, that doesn't seem to be covered, which it does. It tells you that, which is really nice, instead of hallucinating on you. So it tells you directly, I don't know the answer, it's not part of the content that I have. it will first check in Wikidata, because probably, especially for people, we have so much more data on humans that are notable on Wikidata that is not on Wikipedia. So that could give me something. So I'm looking forward to seeing that kind of stuff also happening through the plugging and through even before we see other more complex stuff.
Without interrupting anybody else, can I ask a question? I was curious from the board perspective. The generative AI came along and it was a big disruption. It's fast moving. Don't need to be that fast moving, but how do you facilitate from the strategic direction, strategic goals setting, the flexibility required to react to it? I know the people in the foundation are working on tools, working on reactions, built the plugin, so it's there. But how do you facilitate that?
I think I've got two answers for that. One is be prepared to fund. I think that's really important to say. There's going to be a need for experimentation, and a lot of it's not going to come to anything, but you have to be prepared to fund interesting ideas and projects. You know, when you talk about what you were just talking about, and I think, oh, it's your hobby and you're thinking on the side, when you get to an actionable point, obviously you're with Wikimedia Deutschland, but I hope that there's funding made available to people in the community, you know, people in the community, meaning also chapters. And then the other is helping to create the moral space to experiment and to innovate, because we can be quite traditional and slow-moving and hidebound, and typical nonprofit organizations tend towards that, but also our community can tend towards, well, we do it this way, and anything new sounds different. And so giving people a bit of cover to say, no, this is an experiment. It might not work. That's okay. Be bold, as the old Wikipedia statement goes. I think those are the two main things that the board can do.
I would also say that it's about really listening closely to staff on that specific thing. I mean, it's always true that we need to closely work together, but I think I've really appreciated from a board perspective the thoughtfulness and I would say the caution that came in from staff perspective on this, because it's very easy to kind of get dragged down the rabbit hole and say, oh my gosh, something is happening and we need to react. So we're trying to be smart about it and proactive, but still be cautious and make experiments like Amanda was mentioning, but experiments that are, in a sense, small scale, that are not costing much, but can have much impact. So like finding the right things to support is one, strategically, and also really allowing the space to not succeed, which I think every board should, every good board should do, is like just allow that space. And on that optimistic note,
I think we're winding up. We're out of time.
Yeah, we need to wrap
Thank
up.
you.
We're
Goodbye,
gonna,
people at home.
Not just
the
yet.
show?
We're gonna have a round of just summing up. So I hope someone from here can join us and share what you've learned, maybe.
Okay.
Thank you for participating.
Great.
Hi. No, but in your
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up. We should probably open this so I can talk to the room. Can I speak? Hello? Okay. Thank you, everyone who participated. We want to wrap up. Can you close the door, Andy? So we're just wrapping up, and I wanted to invite two representatives from two different tables to kind of share some of their thoughts, ideas, things that they kind of understood throughout these discussions. Do I have any volunteers? No one? Honestly? I mean, okay. Do you want to share something?
Hi, y'all. I'm Kate Zimmerman. I work at the Wikimedia Foundation, and I've been listening into a very hot topic in governance, and I think I'm hearing a lot about defining power and who has it, and how to clarify who can make decisions in the movement. Sharing that among the board, the MCDC, community members, and then also the readers and donors.
Thanks so much. I think that's really important topic, and thank you for participating. Can we have maybe someone from the endowment table wanting to share? No pressure. Let me come to you. It seems like you've been voluntold.
This is embarrassing. So we talked about the endowment and at some length, and the objectives of the endowment, it's how it works, what it funds, how it raises money, who's involved in the board of the endowment and in fundraising, and its long-term objectives and goals, and how it relates back to the foundation. That's all I think I'm going to say.
Great.
Okay. Not bad. All right. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you for being here and participating, and we hope to see you in the next CAC open meeting, open conversation with trustees, which is going to be in November online. And we hope you have a good afternoon and a fruitful Wikimania. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
So the plenary session is the fireside.
Or unless they, or just chairs maybe. I'm going to haunt them like a spectre from behind. So those are my, yeah. As I told Bruno, I once had a panel where we realised that was to be locked and have a seat around the table in Uruguay. So I might have to prepare for work. That's what was not recorded. Yeah, right. Which makes a difference. Remove signs from the table. Yeah. Remove signs, that's an order. Yes.
Okay. I will.
Is this working? This is working. Is this working? Yes, it is working. Amazing. You should have one, in a I mean, we have half an hour. Let's start.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, let's start. All right. Thank you. And welcome to the oddest panel seating I've ever experienced. And look, our fourth panelist running up to the stage. Perfect. Perfect timing. Because if we're not standing up, the cameras can't see us. All right. You know what? Let's make this a standing panel. I was not prepared for this, but let's stand up. It's half an hour. Welcome to this. I will wander around and be visible. Excellent. Bridging the gap. Trying to figure out how we can best work together in the movement, and specifically we'll scratch the surface of what keeps us from doing so. My name is Johan Jansson. I'm a Swedish Wikipedian, also working for the foundation, where I handle part of the communication around product development. And this is the panel. Sam, who's a product manager, moderated tools. Runa, director for language and content growth. Sakti, who's the regional manager around Southeast Asia here. And Julia, who is a communication relations specialist working with fundraising. All these people work around the community in some way for the Wikimedia Foundation. If we had a lot of time and had a big conversation, it would make no sense to have just foundation folks talk about this. But we have 30 minutes. So we are going to scratch the surface a little bit and hopefully bring some clarity to a few of the things which makes this difficult. So very, very briefly, what are the issues we're facing when we're talking about the communities and the foundation having this gap and not always understanding each other? Sam, you have the microphone.
Microphone, I'll start. So I wanted to talk about this a little from the sort of product perspective. So I work in the product department, building tools and features for the community. And I think for us in product, I think we in the community are pretty aligned big picture. We want our products and tools to be as easy to use and feature rich and inviting as possible. But I think then the sort of gap arrives because there's just simply too much for us to do. Like there are so many different platforms and tools and skins and projects, and ultimately only so many product teams. And so although we might both want all those features to be as good as possible, there's only so many things that we can do in a given year. And so I think the foundation is constantly trying to find what is the most impactful project we can do, what is the most requested project we can do, but ultimately we're gonna miss things. There's gonna be projects that simply don't quite make the cut, given the limited number of things we can do. So that was sort of top of mind for me, is that sort of constant prioritization that we're doing, and how that may or may not line up with, one community group to the next.
Hi
Hi, so I'm also from the product and tech department, like Sam. So besides the thing that he's already said, I primarily work with language support, among other things, but that's a pretty front and center part of my work. And when you're talking about languages, you're actually connecting them directly to individual communities of various sizes. So the moment you're having that perspective of the people who form a certain language community, you see how small or big or connected, well-connected, ill-connected, far away they are from the entire movement's core in a way, and how they are connecting to different parts of it. And that could be like the technical part of it, that could be like the awareness part of it, there could be like other opportunities, talking with each other. So I think the gap that I see and that I try to like constantly focus on the levels of the areas that we are working on is to make things as equitable as we can in terms of participation, because the doors have to be kind of like more open for people to come through and be part of the movement, do what they need to do. Not necessarily everybody has to do the same thing, but if they are doing something, it has to be satisfactory and as easy as possible, not just from the product and tech part of it, but also from the other opportunities.
So yeah, I work mainly with communities around fundraising, and it's a topic which can be quite heated in the movement. Many people are not particularly interested in it. Some people are very interested in it. And one of the things I encounter a lot as I try to reach different communities. So on the one hand, the English Wikipedia is our biggest fundraising campaign in December. We reach the English Wikipedia community. What are the forums where we reach the right people to have discussions with? On the other hand, there's the international campaigns, which are the non-English campaigns from Japan to Brazil, Mexico, Italy, spreading across the globe. And we also try to reach communities on those wikis, having the same conversation, talking to people about collaboration on fundraising messaging in order to also, I don't want to educate or kind of make people understand the importance of fundraising, why we fundraise the way we do, how we include community feedback and how important it is to bring our community on board, but ultimately also why we need to raise funds in order to fund our movement, in order to have Wikimania and other things. So finding places of having meaningful conversations with volunteers in different communities is one of the things that's I keep working on.
So I work for the partnerships in Southeast Asia around 4 years now, and I can see that there is a thing that I personally believe very beneficial to improve the connection with the communities, which is interaction. Direct interactions is very essential. I'm coming from the academic backgrounds, and we love to generalize everything, right? We love to generalize, like make similar things here and there and here and there. But believe it or not, according to my experience in Southeast Asia regions, each communities are different. Their difference is how they perceive themselves as a community, the priorities of the Wikimedia projects that they have. Sometimes they're less focused on Wikipedia, but other Wikimedia Sisters project. And again, the cultural aspect is also important. So as the foundations itself, we need to be aware of it and understand from this cultural point of view.
It's always a bit weird to have this conversation from the foundation perspective because we are the minority in this. So this is more to present our view than to explain the problem in itself, because we're just a tiny corner. But what are the different ways in which the communities and the Wikimedia Foundation understand decisions and prioritizations and how things come to be? Because quite often we end up where there are in communities one understanding, or many understandings, but one dominating understanding, which is different from the understanding in the Wikimedia Foundation. And how does that happen?
Yeah, so on the product side of things, I think something that I see quite often is there's a kind of group of users, maybe it's a whole Wikimedia project, maybe it's just a subset of that project. they have a product or tool that they need worked on that doesn't fulfill some of their needs at the moment. And obviously for them, that's the most important thing in the world, right? That's the tool they use every day. It doesn't work for some reason, it doesn't have a feature they need. And to them, it seems very obvious that that thing should just be fixed, right? I just need this button being added, or I just need something that seems fairly simple. And I was a volunteer before I joined the foundation. Absolutely participated in those kinds of discussions where I said, like, surely it's easy just to add this one button, right? Like, it's only a small thing and it would be very impactful for me. But then I think at the foundation, we're seeing that issue, 200 times, 300 times, all of these little groups that say, I just need my one thing fixed. And so I think sometimes then it's just a process of us trying to figure out, okay, how can we possibly have the most impact, which is the one that is going to affect the most number of users, or be the biggest difference from where something is now to where it could be. And then trying to go back and communicate and justify that to all of those other groups that had their thing that they really needed worked on, can be a real challenge. One good example of that is there's a project we're working on at the moment on my team to improve some software on English Wikipedia for the patrollers, for the new page patrollers. That's a project that we hadn't worked on for many years because ultimately it's a piece of software only used by a few dozen editors. And so it was quite hard to prioritize that, that we were always comparing it to, well, we could work on this thing that is for all administrators or all patrollers or all active editors. But for them, that's a critical process, right? It's a thing that doesn't work. And so I'm glad that we're finally spending some time on it, but it's going to be hard in the long run to say that we should work on that rather than some other big project. So that's something I've been thinking about and trying to figure out how can we strike the right balance between those small projects and the maybe big projects.
I think I would have said the same thing as Sam has. So I'll pass it to Julia or Shakti for a different perspective.
Sure. So from the fundraising, it's also very much of like, we need to fundraise. It's how our movement is funded. How do we communicate that in a way that people understand, but also see how the money we raise is used, how they have access to it, so the kind of whole lifespan of the fundraising from the banners, which is on someone's home wiki and disrupts readers and might bring people into spaces with complaints where you don't want them. So that's why we try to do the fundraising campaigns as short and efficient as possible to interrupt the projects the least. But then also explaining why it is necessary and how the whole lifespan of the funding works in the movement is something to kind of work on to also, understand the need of the fundraising.
Well, from the partnerships perspective itself, again, when we're engaged with partners, impact is really essential. We need to create impact that able to cover, more regions and also benefit it to the community itself. So the key is communications in here. We need to find the middle ground, whether this kind of collaboration should be beneficial for them as well. So when we have a good communications with them, explaining to them and become a good listener, I think it will, create a consensus and also mutual understanding between the foundation and the volunteers.
So, sticking a little bit to the question, what do we need to do better at the foundation around the specific things you just mentioned? Because we talked about our perspective, but it's not like there's this one perspective and people just need to understand it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a huge topic. I'm not going to have the answer, but for sure, some of the things that I'm thinking about is this question of how can we make sure everyone feels heard, even if we're not going to prioritize the thing that they're particularly interested in. What can we do to support them, or how can we integrate their view into the thing we are going to do? And also, maybe I think something we've been trying to do for a long time is not only listen to the loud voices in the movement. It's very easy for someone to dominate a conversation. On English Wikipedia, I love the bludgeoning policy or guideline, that it's very easy to take over a discussion just by saying a lot. And so I think we've tried to steer clear of not only listening to loud voices, but I also think sometimes we need to consider that maybe they're being loud for a reason. Maybe that's something we should be paying attention to, and trying to balance kind of the very broad consultation with also the sort of quite specific listening and engagement that we need to do to make sure that we're really prioritizing the right work that solves as many problems as possible.
Yeah, I want to build up on what Sam just said as well as Sakti's, because I work from India, which is like way far away from San Francisco. So I have a perspective for the local regions around me as well. So while English Wikipedia is a pretty big presence in my country, the communities over there are much like not associated primarily with the English Wikipedia. They're associated with their local Wiktionaries, wiki sources, with their local language Wikipedias, or for local activities and stuff like that. So when we are trying to understand what exactly we need to connect on, we probably have to look a bit deeper into like what exactly is the need for that group of people. Is it a natural alignment for them to come to the more prominent platforms like, on Fabricator, where we have our issue tracking system, or on talk pages of different Wikipedias, or are the local gathering spaces more, more friendly or less intimidating for people to come and make, natural connection points with the foundation folks who want to, mutually understand each other's perspective, understand how they are building priorities, what exactly are the challenges they are both facing while they are trying to move in the same direction of, movement growth. So there could be those little spots of interactions that we can customize around ourselves and see if we can maybe utilize them, scale them up in other directions, and then also find how they connect into the more conventional interaction spaces.
Yeah, I want to build briefly on what you said, because I think the whole listening to people is absolutely crucial from a fundraising perspective. Yes, we need to fundraise, but we need to tell people or explain to people why we fundraise the way we do fundraise, and also give people the space to collaborate with us on this. So it's not just a one-way conversation, but the listening and hearing people's input is really important. Like for this year's English campaign, for example, we have an extensive collaboration page, which is on Wiki, where people can already input now, like 5 months before the campaign. So having this listening and collaboration aspect to it hopefully helps us to all move forward together and making it the whole communication, but also the whole aspects around it better.
We just had meeting, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes ago, right, with one of communities in Asia, and we are aware that I think cultural sensitivity, it's also important. I agree with me, Sam. Yes, cultural sensitivity. This is something that might quite difficult to explore one by one because culture is varies across countries. However, even though it takes time, it's worth it to build a good understanding and see how our volunteers across cultures mindset, how they perceive something, how they think, even though it takes time, but it's worth it.
We have talked a bit about how one can try to bridge the gap. Why is there a gap? How has the gap formed from the very beginning?
That's a really terrifying question. I have one specific thought though on this, which is that software development is really hard from a product perspective. It's especially hard in MediaWiki, more so than in other contexts. I mentioned this sort of thing of when I was a volunteer, I thought I could just sort of ask for a button that did a thing, and surely that's pretty easy. It turns out MediaWiki is really hard to develop in, and projects take a lot more time than you think they're going to, just purely from the technical side of things. Ignoring obviously all the design iterations and trying to make sure you're building the right thing. MediaWiki is a really complicated ecosystem, and so when I joined the foundation, I would sort of and we started working on sort of product solutions. I'd be sort of assuming that things would work way quicker than they did. You know, I get an estimate for an engineer, and someone told me that, yeah, you probably need to like at least triple that estimate, and I was like, wow, okay, that's very surprising to me. And so it's a lot harder to like just fix something than it seems. It's especially hard to kind of jump around and fix a bunch of different things the different communities want you to work on. So it's a huge topic. That's not the whole answer, but I think that's one thing that sort of contributes to this, is that you know, when you look at something like the wishlist survey, that I don't know if Marina wants to add anything to that, but it's really hard to jump around to all of these disparate places in the MediaWiki ecosystem and just make small changes.
I think about the wish list, I think your first point covered it also. I'll not repeat on that. But to your specific question about how this may have formed, the specifics of what may have contributed to how things are right now, or what they were and where we have gone, those could be like, you know, very specific, and you may get a different answer when you ask different people. But on the general side of things, like when you have projects starting at a certain scale, a small scale, even the Wikimedia movement started much smaller than what it is right now. And when you keep growing, there is, of course, like, you know, the challenges of scaling up. When you have more people in the setting, little groups form here and there, trusted groups form. People are not talking to each other or trying to build their own little, you know, interest areas. And if the connection points are not built out very well as it grows, and I'm not saying that we did a bad job of anything. It's the general tendency of any project growing to a bigger scale. Things like this will happen. Things like these gaps are inevitable. They will happen. It's just identifying them and making sure we are addressing them much sooner. And it's possible that we didn't address a lot of these gaps earlier, and we are doing them as we see they are like, you know, as we see them getting like, you know, easier to handle, or if they are like, you know, causing a big fire of some sort, and we suddenly have to like, okay, no, we can't like, you know, not pay attention to this anymore. So and when I say we, I don't mean the foundation, I mean everybody in the movement, because everyone's like probably struggling with their own issues related to how like their little affiliates have grown from like 10 years ago to now, or their user groups have grown from before to now, and all of that. So possibly that's just challenges of us growing from like 100% Wikimania to, I don't know, it's a 1500% Wikimania this time, and that's how it is. And I'm glad that we are talking about it, because this is how things will slowly fall into places. We'll identify where are the challenges, how do we address them, how do we keep talking about them, how do we surface them, and onwards from there.
Yeah, I don't have much to add to that. That was very good. I think it also, with the area I work in, I mean, fundraising, everyone has an opinion. We're all humans, and we all like to voice our opinion. So it's finding that kind of safe space where we can all constructively talk together in order to bridge the gap that everyone's opinion has probably brought about.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a long effort, but let's do it slowly but sure, right? Slowly but sure.
Does it help with people who are active in both groups? And in that case, how? And with both groups, I mean, as community members and Wikimedia staff.
Yes. No, but I, given that I'm both active on English Wikipedia and also member of staff of the foundation, I find that I spend a lot of my day actually either communicating with one of those groups, right? Either speaking to volunteers, to community members, to editors, about a thing that's going on at the foundation, trying to kind of add as much useful information as I can. You know, not trying to be an inside mole or anything, but, you know, try and like explain perspectives or elaborate on like how things are working or why something is being prioritized, and vice versa. You know, the Wikimedia movement is a very complicated place, and quite regularly at the foundation, you know, someone needs to work on a project and they know nothing about it yet, and so I, along with plenty of other wonderful people at the foundation that are also community members, I do spend a fair amount of my time then kind of trying to explain or give perspectives on some community initiative, some tool, some user group, and try to bridge that gap and make sure that perspective is being heard. So yeah, that's actually genuinely a fair amount of my time is kind of those sorts of discussions on both sides.
It's funny that we are creatures of habit and talking in the same sequence. Yeah, but anyways, so I did not join the Wikimedia movement as a volunteer, although my entire career has been in various kinds of open source projects. But so I did not have the community perspective when I became a staff in the Wikimedia Foundation. But over the years, I think I don't consider myself outside the community at all. I mean, it's just a identity that we have built for ourselves, how we are. Being in both places, like I said, I can't really make that distinction where I am just wearing this hat or that hat. It's a blended hat for me. But I think it's interesting to have a better peek into how the communities are changing. That gives a lot of insights into how the communication might need to be changed in structure. Like, for instance, if you're talking with people who have been in the movement since the last 15, 20 years, that's kind of like a different profile of volunteers who have a different connection, a different historical legacy with the project, how they showed up 20 years ago, how they're connecting now. Maybe they're using just one kind of device for all the work that they do on the Wikimedia platforms. Whereas compared to some of the newer volunteers or recent entrants, you'll see the perspectives being very different and their connections being different. Their ambitions being very different. So it does help to understand what exactly is the weather outside the offices of the foundation, if you may, and see how the movement is, like the dynamics of the movement changing, and building up on that, and figuring out how to build the perspectives, talk amongst ourselves, and say, okay, if you're coming from this area or this demographic group or this region, what to expect? What do you expect if you are having a conversation with the communities over there?
We are approaching the end of this panel. So if either of you have something to add to this topic, that's fine.
No, I mean, like you, don't come from the movement as such, so
yeah.
I don't have.
Do we have any comments or questions from the audience this last 2 minutes? All right, then I could add my own. I've been very good at not interrupting them so far. I'm one of those who have joined almost 20 years ago, which Runa talked about. And I think both on the community side and on the foundation side, it's sometimes easy to forget that if you want full control. So if you're working on software, you want to control your software. You think that, oh right, I was hired for this. I know what to do. This is my area of expertise. And then you're someone who's editing, and you're like, but I'm the one who uses these tools all the time. I need to control this. I'm the one who understands this. And in a sufficiently big circumstance, so to speak, you will always lack control, and that is incredibly frightening. And that is going to be frightening on all sides. And that is very difficult to solve. And that is one of the things we need to patch all the time. And it's just not fixable. It's just human nature. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Thank you, panel. Thank you, audience.
So we just shared. Oh.
We're at time, right? 2 minutes past.
Come on. Ready?
There's more people. Wow. Hey, Sam.
That's less positive than last.
I guess we should wait a couple minutes.
It's most it has happened. I've been working
We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Yeah.
We are.
I was just in the IT block session before this. Good. Was it good? Good. We're just venting our problems. And you're like, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. This is the IP masking session. Thank you all for being here. I know the session had stiff competition with some other ones, so really appreciate you all being here. There's an IP masking Etherpad. Because we have only 30 minutes for this session, we probably won't have time for questions. So please feel free to add your thoughts and questions to that Etherpad as we go along. And we'll share a link to this slide deck at the end. All right, about us. Hi, I'm Niharika. I'm the product manager for IP masking. I've worked in a couple different roles in a couple different teams in the foundation, and I've been involved with the movement since 2014. And
I'm Maddie Moss. I'm on the legal team for the foundation. I work in privacy. I have been an editor for a while, although not always active. So I have some various dates of activity up there as well. We are going to run through, like Niharika said, we only have 30 minutes. We are going to try to have questions at the end. But before that, we're going to also talk about our rationale for this project, the approach we're taking, some design mock-ups, a plea to work with us, and as well as a roadmap of where this work is going. There we go. So very basic. On our projects, you can edit either logged into an account or without being logged into an account. If you're not logged into an account, then your IP address is stored forever and it's published publicly. And so this is a two-pronged problem that we're trying to solve with this project. It may not seem like a problem because it has existed since the dawn of wikis. But if you are logged into an account, your IP address is not kept forever. It's only kept for 90 days. It's not publicly available. So you already see some kind of different treatment for IP addresses. And this is also in our privacy policy data retention guidelines. Not a secret, but something we want to work on. Two places where you can see these IP addresses very easily, user talk pages, edit histories. That's just some of the uses for the IP addresses is that for attribution purposes, it gives something to point to that these edits are from this IP address, as well as it gives a semblance of a thing to talk to. It's not perfect because an IP address can be used by multiple people. They may never see the user talk page, but it is a thing you can try to talk to. And so backing back up to the problem, IP addresses are personal data. This is something we recognize in our privacy policy. It is, depending on which law you're looking at, not always recognized as personal data all the time. Sometimes there's some caveats. We call it personal data in our privacy policy. How we collect, use, and share personal data is subject to various laws. That list is always growing. Privacy is very in vogue right now, so lots of more laws cropping up all the time. And our current status quo presents various risks, both around surveillance for our users, as well as legal risks and falling short of user expectations. So there are disclaimers, and like I said, this is mentioned in our privacy policy, mentioned when you go to edit without being logged in, that your IP address will be publicly available for everybody, but still users don't always get that. And so we hear regularly from people who are surprised by this.
Okay, so we have heard over and over from multiple users that IP addresses are really important tools when it comes to dealing with harassment, vandalism on the wikis. So we wanted to make sure that we do this project in a way that communities have the tools they need to deal with those problems in an efficient manner, so we don't just take away IP addresses without giving them appropriate tools to handle it. And that brings us to our approach. So we have a three-phased approach on this project. The first is to build tools to reduce reliance on IPs. And by this I mean that not everybody needs to see the raw IP address data. In fact, many new users, people who are not technically savvy, often don't understand what that random string of numbers means. So we've built a tool to reduce that reliance, and I'll talk about it in a minute. And the second phase for this project is to actually mask the IP addresses on the platform and replace them with an anonymous identifier string. And we'll show some mockups for that. And the last, but the most important probably, is the step of actually migrating all of the software that relies heavily on IP addresses to work without it or in a way that doesn't expose those IP addresses. And how does this solve the problem?
Yeah, so connecting this back to our original problem statement, that second prong approach, when we actually mask these IP addresses, after that isn't in effect, these IP addresses will not be stored forever anymore, and they will not be publicly available. They'll be more on par with our logged in users, and that trusted users can still have access to this for their anti-vandalism work, but it won't be just anyone in the world can access this at any time for any purpose. It'll be more aligned with the purposes of why we're keeping this, and yeah, so it should address that problem pretty neatly.
All right, so yes, reducing reliance on IP addresses. Some of you might recognize this screenshot. It is the IP info feature that our team built. The idea here is that we will be able to share certain information about the IP address that pertains specifically to anti-vandalism purposes in this dialog that appears on the IP addresses user contributions page. So this is critical data that we know is necessary when doing anti-vandalism work. Not everybody will see all of this data. There are some thresholds for who can see this data. I want to note that this feature is out on all wikis as a beta feature, so you go to the beta features tab and activate it. It currently uses MaxMind as its only source of data, but MaxMind doesn't have great proxy information, so we are including a better service called Spur that has more important data about proxies and VPNs and such. And the step 2 was replacing IPs with a new identifier. This is an old mock-up of how this would look, and we have some new mock-ups down in future slides. The key idea is that IP editors will receive a new temporary account identity. This would be an anonymous identifier that would be related to their account. The accounts would be tied to a cookie on their browser, and by default, this cookie should live for 12 months. So this means that somebody who switches IP addresses will still retain their temporary account, even if they go forth between multiple IPs. And then users who meet certain criteria for anti-vandalism thresholds will be able to see these IP addresses.
Yeah, so we have a really long legal policy about who can see these IP addresses. I've condensed some of it here. It is a great read because I wrote it, so I would recommend reading it. I would recommend reading it. But basically, so the temporary account IP addresses will be accessible to these following user types: Stewards and check users by default, admins who opt in. So you don't like, if you're an admin and you don't want to see these IP addresses, you won't have to, but you'll have that option. And then patrollers who opt in, and we have some thresholds outlined here. It is a balance between making sure that people have access who need access, but also having something here, because patrollers, it's a very diverse group on different projects of who does patrolling work. And so this is what we have. It's based off the Board of Trustees voting guidelines, but it has, if you have more than or equal to 300 edits, at least a 6-month-old account, and no more than 1 project block. And then we also have a piece where communities are encouraged to come up with your own additional guidelines for these patrollers. Again, patrolling on different projects looks different. So if on your project you would also like to have like voting or like screening of people who have this, that's very great and encouraged. There's just like I think there's like an exception. So in the guidelines talk about how you implement that change. And so, yes, get communities thinking about what does patrolling look like on your project? How can we tailor this to look more? But this would be the floor. And so anything communities build would have to be on top of this. And so it'd be 300 edits, 6 months old account, and no more than 1 project block. If you want to raise that to like 500 edits, you want to raise that to 0 project blocks, you want to raise that to a whole month of, like a whole year of editing, or have like community building these like applications. Maybe that's good because that's on top of. And so IP addresses will be only accessible to these users who meet those requirements, that this does not include public access. So if you are a user who has access to these IP addresses when you're logged into your account, if you're not logged into your account, you will not have access to it. You should log into your account to get that access. And users who do not qualify under those requirements can still use the IP info tool. Like Niharika said, there's different thresholds in the IP info tool. And so you'll still have different information accessible for you, just not the IP address itself.
All right, and this is the third and final phase that I talked about earlier, migrating tools. There are lots and lots of tools in the whole movement ecosystem that rely on IP addresses, from cloud tools to gadgets to user scripts, and a lot of these tools would need to be changed in some shape or form. We will be asking volunteers for their help in migrating their tools, and we will be providing technical guidance where needed, and we will have a complete documentation of the changes that they will need to make on the wiki, like the API changes. One point I really want to emphasize here is that the rollout for IP masking is going to be slow. Like, we don't want to rush this change. We don't want to surprise people. We don't want to push this change without the communities being okay with it and the communities being able to adapt to these changes. We will be focusing on getting feedback with each rollout. I have a timeline for the proposed rollout at the end of the slide deck. All right, so now onto the fancy stuff. Mockups. Before I get to the mockups, I want to talk about the key design principles we had when developing these mockups. First and foremost, we wanted to keep the new temporary account experience as close as possible to the current experience for an IP editor. Even though the new implementation allows us to unlock more features for them, like we could theoretically enable watch lists for unregistered editors or give them other fancy features, but we decided to keep it as close as possible to the present experience so that we don't do a lot of changes all at once. Temporary accounts should feel ephemeral. They should not feel like they're their permanent identity. We don't want people to feel attached to their temporary account, and this would be incorporated in the design. We want to highlight incentives to create accounts for people, and we are able to do that by giving them notifications periodically. We wanted to make it clear that anybody can still edit. You don't need an account to edit. We didn't want the temporary account to feel like they're signing up for something new. And last and not least, we wanted to make sure that there is guidance and education in the experience. That means that they know that their IP information is hidden. This is a more privacy-centric approach than what we used to have. So this is the mock-up for what an unregistered editor sees on their first edit when IP masking is enabled. They will be shown a pop-up for that tells them that they will be given a temporary account when they complete their edit, and this is not their permanent account. They need to log in or create an account if they want full access to features. And this is just the WE mockup, but we have all sorts of mockups that will be on the wiki. Okay. And then after they have completed their first edit, they will be told that a temporary account is assigned for them. It'll be up in their personal bar. The format of the temporary account is likely to change. This is something that we've been openly discussing with the community on the talk page, and we have quite a few suggestions there. Subsequent edits for the same user would be very similar. They'll be told that they're using this temporary account, and all of their edits would be attributed to that same temporary account. And after 12 months, when their temporary account is about to expire, they would be given a notification and told that your account is about to expire, and you can create a proper account if you want to keep your edits in the same place. Note that they will not be able to migrate over edits from their temporary account to a permanent account if they do decide to do that. That'll be a brand new, fresh account. All right, so on to the admin workflows for revealing IP addresses. So this is a screenshot for what it would look like on the history page for before IP addresses are revealed. So you can see, where's the, oh, yeah, so you can see there's the temporary account name, and then there's a show IP button next to the temporary accounts. And when they click the temporary account, for one username, all of the IPs associated with that username would be revealed on the same page. This reveal would be persisted across pages for a period of 24 hours. For each new temporary account, they would have to do a separate reveal. And this is the contributions page for the same temporary account. And on the blocking, on special block, they will be able to type in a temporary account, and then they will be able to see all of the IP addresses associated with that temporary account. One thing I should note is every time a temporary account is revealed, it will be logged in a log. This is for purposes of oversight. We don't want anybody to abuse this right to view IPs. All right, so now comes the exciting part. How can you all help? This is the IP masking universe as we see it. There is everything that IP masking will be impacting. There are things that we have discovered and we're continuing to discover, but there is a lot of things that we don't know, we don't see. There are things that volunteers like you all can help us find out. And then there are things that we all can do. We're trying to do, as planned, a very careful rollout for IP masking, given the magnitude of this change. We are already asking teams within the foundation to audit and fix the features and tools that they maintain. We are doing that ourselves for a whole host of extensions that are deployed in Wikimedia production cluster. But there are a lot of tools out there, user scripts, gadgets, cloud tools, that are not really documented anywhere, or that's not really clear how they use IP addresses, if they use IP addresses. So we want your help in discovering those tools and helping figure out how we can migrate them. So we have Fabricator, everybody's favorite tool. There's a tag which you can use to file a task, help us find tools that need to change. There's a Epic task for linking all of those tools. But when you do that, please make sure you add a link to the tool, add a brief description of it, and where it's enabled. And we have a documentation page. This is very much a work in progress. And as we are going through this project, we're making new decisions and making new discoveries, and we're expanding it, but please help us expand it. Also include guidance for gadgets or things that you know needs to change. Just bring up issues that you think we haven't seen yet. This is all helpful. We're all in this together. And then we have a project page on MetaWiki. There's a wiki short URL. This project is deployed on the beta cluster in German and also on Czech. So you can all interact with it there. It's not fully developed yet, so you'll see a lot of bugs and some things might not work the way it's intended to, which is fine. Like as teams are doing their changes, they're putting it out there. Technical documentation, like I mentioned, and the fabricator task again, in the hope that you all are taking frantic notes. All right, so the timeline as promised, we are hoping to deploy the first version of IP masking on TestWiki by the end of this year. More realistically, probably January of next year, given the fundraising time period. We're hoping all the foundation software teams will we'll make updates to the software by October of this year. And then we're planning to do the first pilot on a very small wiki that hopefully doesn't get a lot of IP address traffic in March. That will help us actually see what happens when IP masking is in production and what are the changes that we are seeing there, and help us get feedback and then improve the feed project. And then lastly, volunteer tools will need to be updated before it is deployed on a given wiki. And yeah, that's it. Thank you all for coming. This presentation is on Commons. You can access our project page, and there's an Etherpad again for comments and questions, anything that you want to remain anonymous about. And we have stickers that are very cute and are on a lot of tables. Hang on.
Somebody editing anonymously Wikipedia who uses a browser, and after each browser session deletes his cookie, you will get, every time he reopens Wikipedia, a new temporary account.
Yeah, we've received that question quite a few times. So there are some things we're thinking about we can do here, one of which is rate limiting. How many accounts can be created from a given IP address. That doesn't entirely fix the problem. We are then creating a different problem by alienating some people who have intentionally chosen to use such a browser for privacy purposes. So there's probably more ideas about what we can do there. And yeah, if you have ideas, thoughts, please come let us know. Nose back there. There is a mic.
Oh.
Thanks, Claude.
Thank you. There will inevitably be, so to answer one that I've dropped in the Etherpad and I'll take it out. So what processes are in place to actually check for the additional time or resource or editor costs that can come from things like that, or indeed that of sort of non-prevented negative edits that make it through that previously would have been blocked? Sort of basically, what are we doing to detect the costs and processes of bringing in IP masking to see how it compares to its pre-establishment?
That's a really hard thing to calculate, right? Like, how do we determine what's the cost of migrating all these tools, and what's going to be the cost for admins who have to deal with more temporary accounts or unrevealed IP addresses for temporary accounts, and how much more friction that creates. So the idea here is that once we deploy, that's when we really start to see the impact of this feature. So we can start with small wikis where we don't get a lot of IP traffic, and then gradually go to bigger and bigger wikis. And as we do that, we get more feedback, and we are able to actually get data, hard numbers, on how it's impacting the health of a community. Does that answer your question? Not satisfactorily?
Your health metrics, exactly what you're talking about.
Hi, I am Gergo. I'm a MediWiki developer. To partially respond to that, Chrome, the browser developer, whose browser is used for like 70 or 80% of Wikimedia traffic, is planning to kind of phase out IP addresses, or at least make them not very useful. This is not why the IP masking project is happening, but even if the IP masking project would not be happening, most of the negative effects would catch up with us anyway in a year or 2 years, because basically Google plans to put everyone on a VPS cloud kind of thing that hides IP addresses of everyone who uses Chrome by default. So I think this is not widely known, and this is a helpful point. Of course, it's future plans. They change their plans all the time, so who knows if it will actually happen. But they are saying that they are going to do it, and this is helpful, I think, to bring up in community discussions, because it basically means that it's not, in my opinion, it's not worth having big fights about IP masking, because, again, all the negative impacts would happen via slightly different means anyway. The official roadmap for Chrome is to do that by end of 2024.
Thanks, Gergo.
If I understood correctly, the main technology behind this will be cookies. My question is, so there is this Wikimedia Foundation cookie statement in which one of the main sentences here is cookies are not required in order to read or edit the Wikimedia sites. So will this be changed?
Yes. I have a draft, changes the privacy policy, cookie statement, data retention guidelines, I think some other policies. But we can't update all those statements right now before deployment, because all the projects are actually reflect what you just described. But we will have little notices on projects where this is implemented about the changed behavior for that project. And then once we have enough critical mass, we can update these policies. But yes, I've been collecting policies that need updated, because that is definitely one of them.
So as far as I know, cookies are still not going to be required after this. That's not so much a legal question, it's just a technical question that it would be very hard to prevent people from editing if their browser doesn't accept the cookie. So if you try to edit, you will get a cookie without asking it or without consenting to it, but if your browser doesn't support the cookie, the edit will still go through, and maybe the experience will be, well, from your point of view, the experience will not be weird. It's just that that user will get a different username for every edit, but they will not be prevented from editing, as far as I understand.
I'd actually also like to ask, do you project that this will also change in some language versions how editors will perceive IP addresses? That, for instance, like in Estonian Wikipedia, I have had a very strong suspicion for years that we might be far better off just blocking IP addresses in the article main namespace, because they add extremely little value, and they just make up small fraction of all the usable edits. So again, something like this could potentially also push us to move in that direction, for instance. So do you project that some of those things could also take place in different language versions?
Sorry, can I clarify the question? Is the question that do I think IP masking would push more projects towards turning off IP editing from certain namespaces or the entire project?
Yes.
That idea is not new. It has been brought up quite a few times on the IP masking talk page in the last 4 years. And we did run a couple experiments, which some people might be familiar with, on Portuguese and Farsi Wikipedia. Portuguese Wikipedia decided to keep IP editing off, and it is still turned off on that site. Farsi only did a 6-month experiment. We have data from both of those experiments up on the wiki. It was not conclusive. It's hard to say if that experiment helped the wiki or caused more problems or caused loss of data that would have otherwise been there. On Portuguese, it was slightly positive, but on Farsi, it was slightly negative. But it's been a couple years since we did that round of analysis. But it's definitely possible that some wikis will try and do that instead. And our stance is that we are not opposed to a wiki doing that if that's what they really want. I would encourage wikis to first give IP masking a try and see if it really impacts the communities in the way they expect it to. And if so, like, we are there to support them and help them turn off IP editing if that's the wish of the community. It is, of course, like still one of the core 5 pillars of our wiki, so I don't know how that's going to change. That's apparently a board decision. So maybe we will have a wider community-wide discussion about that at some point.
Will temporary accounts only mask new edits, or will it also mask old existing edits?
Yeah, old IPs will not be masked. All of those old IPs are embedded all over the place in Wikitext, and hiding those would have been a tremendous technical challenge. So we decided not to do that, and legal is okay with it. So. Any more questions? All right.
We have some stickers. Yeah, take stickers with you, please. They're on the tables.
And we have the group photo in 10 minutes in the plenary hall. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.